And extremely better this year against the run, and I'm excited to see Gordon go against him, and I'm excited to see our defense go against their quarterback and what they bring to the table. So it's just an exciting day to be a Polk, it's an exciting day to be a Sooner, and it's exciting for this rivalry as the last game.
Tell me about your Bedlam memories. So, 03, 04, 03 was down there. That's the Let It Rip game.
Yeah.
That
I wish you never said that. Goodness.
Got out of hand
Yeah.
in a hurry. And 04 is kind of this forgotten classic between the two.
Yeah.
Ball just out of Prentice Elliott's hands. Missed
Man.
field goal there at the end. But that was kind of a back and forth game. With a lot of big time swings. But tell us about, somebody obviously went to high school in the state of Oklahoma. Your thoughts on Bedlam and then being a part of Bedlam.
Well, it started when I was in junior college. I was getting recruited by Oklahoma State, and I had offers from Kansas State and Tennessee. And I came to Bedlam, and it was the game. I think it was 38-21 in Rashawn. It was here at Oklahoma State. Rashawn had him. Yeah, it was 0-2 game. And I was on the fence going to K-State. Like, I just kind of felt like they were on a little bit more of an upswing. They had Roberson, they had Sproles. They were just a good football team at that time. And I came to that game, and I never forget how the crowd was and how that game went. So it kind of swung me to stay committed to Oklahoma State. And then that 2003 year, all the players would tell me the stories, because at that time Oklahoma State was on a 2-game winning streak.
Right.
So they were telling me all the stories on how Les Miles got hyped up before the game, and he did all these different things. And I remember him saying "Let It Rip" versus A&M, and I feel like that kind of sparked OU to kind of get after us. You don't want to poke the bear, but just being in that atmosphere in Norman, I have never heard a crowd that loud.
Really?
Like, it was just unbelievable, and they were so good at that time. Like, their defense was remarkable, and they beat us up pretty good. And then that following year, we were actually not even as good as we were the year before, because Josh Fields had left. We had Donovan Woods as the quarterback. He wasn't really your mobile. I mean, he was mobile, but he just wasn't a D1 quarterback that I felt at that time in the Big 12 compared to the other quarterbacks. And it was a classic, like you said. And it came down to a drop. It hit right off the hands of Prentice Elliott. And it was just a classic game. And that's the loudest I've ever heard the stadium. It was Lewis Field at that time, but it was just so loud. And just to be in that game and all the emotions leading up to it, it's just a great game, and it's a great rivalry how everybody in the state kind of gets captured by it.
Well, and what was that like? Because we are kind of, and I was in school the same time as you, we're at the tail end of the game, meaning everything, to where if you would have gone to, back then, Albertsons or, food outlet or whatever, there's probably like 2 or 3 people there during the game. Now there's probably 20, 30 people. There's a lot of different things to do now with your time, with the way that just the way things have gone over the last few years. But can you tell me about going into the game and having a sense that you really needed to pull back a little bit and not necessarily paint yourself into a corner, but trick yourself into thinking, hey, you have to prepare for this game just like every other, when human nature is going to tell you that this thing is a little bit more amplified?
Yeah, for me personally, it was a very anxiety-filled, nervous week, because they always had great players. Like, you went into that game, you would watch film, you would see a Mark Clayton, you would see Mark Bradley, Adrian Peterson, Jason White, and even defensively, you just be like, man, this is – so you knew you had to have your A game that week in practice, and you knew that you had to come out and play well, because they would get on top of you, and then, you'd be behind and you wouldn't catch them. So you knew that you had to have a perfect week of practice to, per se, the best that you could, and then the anxiety and nervousness that comes with that first quarter, you don't even remember it. I don't remember the first quarter of each game, because it's just so amped up. And I feel like whichever team can handle that today is going to probably come out on top, because it's going to be a lot of big plays that happen. And however you control those anxieties, you're going to be on the other side of it.
What did you do with kids from the Houston area? Kids that came from, Florida, California, whatever, to tell them, hey, this is an important game. You prepare like every other week, but this game is really important to this university, to kind of clue them in, because it's even more like that now, because there are so many kids who came through the portal that don't know what Bedlam is.
Yeah, and I heard Gundy speak about this during the week. He was downplaying and saying the game is not as important, and that these guys are friends. They go to each other's games. When you're going through that through the week, even if you're from a different state, you understand the seriousness of it. There's no way you can hide from that. So those guys knew it as we started to prepare in the week, because they show you so many motivational videos. It's all over the radio. It's all in the newspaper. So even if they're not entrenched in it because they're from Oklahoma, they still get the sense of it from being the hype, what it is, just because it's on ESPN. You can see the predictions. And most of the time when we were playing, it kind of did come down to the Big 12. Who's going to be in that Big 12 championship. So even though they're not from here and they don't understand the historical part of it, I think they get it that week just because of all the coverage and everything that it gets.
We're going to get your thoughts on keys to the game, things players to look for throughout the show. We're absolutely loaded today. Joe Masato's coming up here in a little bit. This is a special day because they're going to honor the 1983 team, have during the week, and I think they're going to do something during the game as well. Jimmy Johnson was back here in Stillwater, which is a rarity. Going to talk to some of our old friends, Scott Wright from the Oklahoman, who's done a great job with us all year long. Marshall Scott from Pistols Firing Blog will be along as well, and Craig Humphreys from Sports Morning will join us. So we're going to get a lot of different insights, perspectives, and information as the morning keeps on rolling. Don't forget, Countdown to Kickoff with Jim and Al will be on at 11:30. They'll be live out here in Stillwater inside our Trade Pro Seat in our mobile studio right across the street from Eskimo Joe's. As of right now, no fence built around Jim. We'll see if things transpire throughout the afternoon. All right, we're going to come back. Joe Masato from the Oklahoman will join us to get his thoughts on the game. Gideon Hamilton along with the coach, Robert Jones, right across the street from Joe's. This is Joe State Tailgate Bud Light Game Time. Countdown to Kickoff on the Sports Animal. Hi!
Hey, Joe's ready. Spark of the game. You're on.
Back in Stillwater, right across the street from Eskimo Joe's, Joe State Tailgate here inside our beautiful Trade Pros Heat and Air mobile studio. I'm Gideon Hamilton. I'm joined by the coach, Robert Jones. Not only can you listen to us today all day, wall-to-wall coverage of the final Bedlam game on 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal, but you can also check us out on video, Sports Animal app, Facebook, YouTube. Surely if there was a GQ edition of Oklahoma high school coaches, Robert would be on the cover.
I wish.
So you can check us out on video all day today. Jim and Al will be along at 11:30. Robert, who's going to provide the spark in today's game for Oklahoma State?
Well, I thought about this, and the easy answer would be Ollie Gordon. But we all know that what he's going to bring to the table, and I think OU is going to be prepared for him. And we'll see what bends there, but I think it's going to come from Presley or Owens. I think we're going to have some type of vertical passing game. Either it's off play action or it's just off them making plays. OU is going to try to stop the run. I feel like they're going to commit to that so we can do some play action things. But eventually we're going to have to get some balls down the field.
Yeah.
We're going to get some kind of vertical game. So I say Presley or Owens.
First touchdown the last game was a perfect design.
Yes.
Play fake, foot in the ground. Allen hits Josiah Johnson for that 38, 39-yard or whatever it was. But you're going to have to see that a couple of times today. Brennan's been waiting for this game for a while. Remember what he did a couple of years ago against the Sooners? I think they can get him free.
I do as well. I think, especially with the way Gordon's running, I was looking at the numbers this week, and I was just like, I didn't realize he was leading the nation in rushing. And that's just crazy with those first three games. I was like, he's leading the nation in running, but they're going to have to honor him. And then I think OU's secondary, and it's always been this way as far as I can remember, they're just kind of suspect on the D-ball game. And I seen that last week at certain times versus Kansas as well. So if you can get play action to get some one-on-one matchups, I think Presley or Owens will show up. And if Jaden Bray plays, I think that as well.
Let's go and bring him in. Does a great job for the Oklahoman as their head sports columnist. It's Joe Masato. Joe, thanks for joining us this morning. We really appreciate it. And as somebody that obviously went to school here in the state of Oklahoma, high school, growing up here, what are your thoughts on this being the final Bedlam game, at least for a while?
Well, I guess mixed emotions today. I mean, number one, I'm just super excited. We've talked about this game for so long and shared so many stories of Bedlam's past leading up to this game. So I'm really excited for it. But at the same time, I do think it's, one of the big things we're losing with conference realignment is just some of the charm that comes with, college football rivalries like this one. And, I think it's sad that it's not going to be played, at least for the foreseeable future. In football, we'll still have Bedlam in other sports, but this is the Bedlam that everyone kind of looks forward to.
And we're going to get to the three-quarters mark of the season, but this is an important game for both teams too. So that's something that coaches can, keep players focused maybe a little bit easier than they normally would here.
Yeah, I mean, it's a huge game. You've got the five-way tie at the top of the Big 12, and two of those five teams are going to be in Stillwater today. So, Bedlams are always big no matter what the records are, but a trip to Arlington is on the line, keeping that hope alive for the winner of this game. So definitely a huge game when it comes to that.
Joe, tell us about the opportunity you had. This is going to be a special weekend also in the fact that the 83 Oklahoma State team will be honored. We saw Jimmy Johnson in town earlier this week, and They're obviously going to have a small recognition on the field during the game. But these guys were able to get together a couple of days ago, and I know you had an opportunity to talk to some members and staff from that 83 team. Tell us about that.
Yeah, had a lot of fun catching up with some of those guys. So 40-year anniversary of that team that went on to win the Bluebonnet Bowl. That Bedlam, though, in 1983, that was Jimmy Johnson's final year. His coach, Pat Jones, was the defensive coordinator. I talked to Pat about that game, and Mark Moore and Matt Munger, a couple of the defensive stars on that team. And I went and watched it back, watched as much as I could, the highlights that were on YouTube and everything. But OSU was ahead 20-3 in that game, and just wild things happened. I mean, people will mostly remember Tim Lasher's onside kick for OU, and he thought he was kicking an onside kick. The rest of the kickoff team thought he was kicking deep, and it's like Lasher hit something in between. It was maybe the worst onside kick attempt you'll ever see, but it was also the best because it just bounced off of Rockins' helmet and straight to Scott Case. OU recovers, and then Lasher hits the game-winning field goal. So definitely a heartbreaking Bedlam loss, but at the same time, catching up with Mark Moore and Matt Munger, like I said, neither of them beat OU in their careers, but they just talked about how much this game meant to them and how sad they are that it's going to be discontinued.
Joe Masato from the Oklahoman is our guest. Gideon Hamilton, Robert Jones here right across the street from Joe's Joe State Tailgate here on Countdown to Kickoff on the Sports Animal. Joe, what are the most important aspects of this game to you? There's strengths versus weaknesses. There's strengths versus strengths. At the end of the day, what do you think we'll be talking about after this game that makes the difference?
Well, if OU wins, I think it has to be Dylan Gabriel. I mean, we saw OU go away from their strength, almost tried too hard to establish the run against Kansas, and that's just that's been a weakness of the team, all year. Their lack of ability to run the football, whether that's run blocking with the offensive line or not having the talent at running back they normally do. So I think this is going to be a game that Dylan Gabriel has to win, and then not breaking any news here, but Ollie Gordon,
right?
Same way for OSU. I just can't imagine the Cowboys winning this game, and Ollie Gordon, not going crazy like he has the last few weeks. Like I think it's almost going to be a requirement, and I think he can certainly do that. He's breathtaking to watch. You kind of look at each other and just like laugh when you watch him run. It's like, what's anyone supposed to do with this guy? And
right.
Where was he the first few weeks? And, like Coach Jones just said, he's leading the nation in rushing, despite only getting a handful of carries those first few weeks. So it's just wild what he's done.
Joe, appreciate the time. As always, enjoy the game today.
All right. See ya.
All right. Joe Masato there from the Oklahoman. You were talking about OU's secondary and how Oklahoma State might be able to take advantage of some play action and some stuff over the middle of the field. Leon Johnson with that incredible performance, and I think they're going to try him a little bit. We're still waiting to hear Jaden Bray officially, and then you kind of wonder if he's out there. Is he 100%? So we're probably not going to find that out until the first couple of series of the game. The issue for Oklahoma State is their secondary, and whenever they've been tested, they were not against Cincinnati. They were against West Virginia late. They got burned. They were against Kansas several times and got burned. So it's been a while since we have seen those guys make plays in space. We've seen the safeties come up and make plays in the running game. DJ McKinney had a deflection last week. But again, when they've had a competent quarterback and receivers, those guys have given up some really big plays, and that's got to be a concern for OSU today.
Yeah, and that's kind of what when I think about this game all week, that's the first thing I think that they're going to have today. And I don't want to be negative and scare Oklahoma State fans, but they're going to make some plays over the middle. Yep. I mean, it's when you get to week 9 and week 8 and you've seen guys make plays, get plays made against them, it doesn't just change in 1 week, regardless of how much the coaches harp it, regardless of how much they scheme it. And I honestly thought Cincinnati didn't come back to it enough.
Right, yeah.
I feel like if Cincinnati would have stuck with it and came back to it, I honestly think they would have had more success. So with Gabriel and the talent he has, the recruiting that goes with OU and the receivers they have with Stoops, I can see Stoops having a big game. So our secondary is going to give up those plays. It's just how many. I mean, they're going to give up a couple, but they're also going to get some turnovers too. They're number 1 in the Big 12 in turnovers, OSU, and then they're number 2 in college. So they're going to give up some plays over the middle, some passing game, and some things deep. But I also think they're going to get some turnovers as well. Just hopefully we're on the good side of that.
All right, coming up next from the Oklahoman, Scott Wright will join us to offer his thoughts on the final Bedlam game, OU-OSU 2:30 on ESPN inside Boone Pickens Stadium. And I want to tell you a little bit more about our bros at Trade Pros. Thank them for keeping us in comfort inside the mobile studio. They offer 0% financing for qualified buyers. Check out more at TradeProsOKC.com. We're right across the street from Eskimo Joe's here in Stillwater, continuing to get you set for Bedlam today. Gideon Hamilton, the coach, Robert Jones here on Countdown to Kickoff, 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
a Cumulus station. Live from the Trade Pros Heat and Air mobile studio from Eskimo Joe's Joe State Tailgate. It's Countdown to Kickoff and Bud Light Game Time.
Scott's ready. You guys are up.
Countdown to Kickoff rolls on from Stillwater, 2:30, OU and OSU, the final bedlam. Gideon Hamilton, the coach, Robert Jones, here with you inside our Trade Pros Heat and Air mobile studio. You can also check us out in addition to the Sports Animal and go on the Sports Animal app, Facebook, or YouTube page. You want to watch our live stream from Stillwater today. Jim and I will be along at 11:30, and then we'll all be on for football feedback immediately following the game. Let's go and bring in Scott Wright from the Oklahomans. Scott's done an amazing job covering Oklahoma State athletics for the last few years, and this has been a wild season for both of these squads, Scott, and it turns out that something is taking place today that we certainly wouldn't have thought 3 weeks ago, and that's that this game means something to both teams.
Yeah, I even wrote a story after the Iowa State game, kind of laying out the odds that Oklahoma State could even get to a bowl game, and it didn't look good at that point when they were 2-2 and had obviously the miserable loss to South Alabama, and then they showed a little bit more life, but still lost at Iowa State. I didn't see this team getting to this point in any fashion, and for Oklahoma State to be here right now and this be a meaningful game and them to be in the conversation for the Big 12 title game is mind-blowing right now, and it just sets the stage for what I think is going to be a fantastic final bedlam.
I wondered if you could tell me a little bit about I mean, there's some strength on strength areas here, but there's also some areas where I think each team can capitalize on another team's weakness. And Robert and I already talked about, the opposing secondaries for these teams, the way that Ollie Gordon has played so far this year. What do you think is important in today's game? You touched on the two main ones. One area that I'm really curious about to see how it plays out is third downs, and that's going both directions. Yeah. You look at statistically, OU is really good offensively and defensively on third down, and OSU offensively has been average on third down. Defensively, their numbers, we kind of got used to seeing them be a really good third down team the last couple of years with Jim Knowles, and even last year with Derek Mason. That's one trait that has been missing a little bit from this year's team. Is third down play. They're 96th nationally, giving up 42% conversion on third down. And if Oklahoma State struggles to get off the field, it opens the door for more of the downfield throwing game, where Gabriel will be able to target some of his guys against OSU safeties, which is where a lot of their busts have come, or their big plays have been allowed. That's a scary scenario for the OSU defense. And if OSU isn't able to extend drives and they're getting shut down on third a lot, obviously it's going to be tough to really get things going and let Ollie Gordon, kind of grind his way early like we've seen him do, and then wear guys down later in games. I want to ask you about Oklahoma State's receiving depth today. What are you hearing in terms of the injuries? And this led to an amazing story with Leon Johnson a week ago against Cincinnati, where I have a feeling even if they do get a couple of guys back that they can utilize, they might try him a couple of times deep just to use that size. So the week we've had to tell his story, now I think he is probably going to be implemented maybe a little bit more in this game based on what he did a week ago. But I wonder if you could address both of those, Scott, Leon and his continued usage in this system versus the guys that they should or you've heard will be out on the field today.
Lots of speculation in terms of the receivers. If I had to put a number on it, I would say Jaden Bray, Blaine Green are 50-50 right now. We'll see what happens when they get on the field for stretching. I don't expect Talon Shetron. I think that's a pretty significant injury that he's dealing with. So I don't expect to see him back this, maybe not at all this season. So that at least adds some potential depth with those two guys, Blaine Green and Jaden Bray. But I think that Oklahoma State probably is at the point now that they're going to have to burn the red shirt on Leon Johnson III and let him go play as much as he and Casey Dunn really don't want to do it.
Right.
Leon would love to have another year to study under Casey Dunn. He basically told us, in talking after the game last week, this is the first year he's really had a receiver coach that taught him, about footwork and the details of route running and all of these things that he's having to learn at the Division III level. He was bigger than everybody, and he was faster than most of the guys that he went against, and he could go and beat them with pure athletic ability. And he did that a little bit last week, but he is getting more polished. I think that they're probably going to have to play him now, though, because of the injuries that they're dealing with. And he does offer something that they don't have, being 6'5" and being a guy with a crazy vertical that can go up and get some of those throws. We've seen Jaden Bray at times have a knack for doing that as well, but he's not 6'5", and that makes a difference. Leon's got long arms and a long body and can go up and make some plays that Bray, for as athletically talented as he is, can't necessarily make just because he's 6'2". So it's a difference maker, and we'll see what they choose to do with him. But I would expect to see Leon involved in the passing game in some form today.
Scott, give us a sense of how you think this one plays out today. The final Bedlam.
Oh man, I think it's going to be thrilling. I think the atmosphere in Boone Pickens Stadium is going to be on a different level than even what we've seen. 2021 was ridiculous with the blackout and everything that was at stake in that game. I think this is going to take that up a notch because of the fans. The extra tension that is added because this is the last one, and I think that'll bleed over to the field on both sides. So. I think there's going to be a lot of energy, a lot of excitement, and I think it's going to be a thrilling, instant classic type of game to close the book on Bedlam going forward until we get a chance to see this as a bowl game or a non-conference game, maybe somewhere down the line.
Scott, appreciate the time as always. Keep up the great work and enjoy the game today.
Awesome, thanks guys.
All right, that's Scott Wright. I wanted to ask you, as both a defensive coach and a former defensive back, you didn't have to deal with this that much back in 03 and 04, for instance, but you've seen as the game has evolved, Jeff Lebby loves it's almost a no-step drop, turn and fire to the sideline, that quick pick play. And how do you work against that? And one time they're going to go with a pump and go, and they're going to hit a first down.
Yes.
That's just, again, that's something that is a necessary evil of playing up to those guys and being in position to make plays at the line of scrimmage. But what do you do as either a corner or a defensive coach, talking to your corners about those quick plays, making sure that those are 2 or 3 yard gains instead of 12-yard gains?
Yeah, and I'm actually pretty good friends with Lebby, and I remember him when we both coached in high school in Texas. I remember him. We always said that quick. We call it a quick or bubble. It's actually an outside running play.
Yeah.
So if you can get 4 or 5 yards on first down, now you put yourself in second medium. Now you open up your playbook a little bit.
That's why
more.
They love to do it on first down.
Absolutely. As a defensive back and a defensive coach, first of all, you have to work it in practice, and it has to be live and physical. And you have to look at the demeanor of the team you're going against. A lot of people like to do it, but some teams aren't successful because you're getting blocked. Your receivers have to be physical. So Oklahoma State's DBs have to be physical, and they have to get off blocks, and then they also have to be disciplined because the burn is coming.
Yeah.
We call it the burn,
Right.
quick and burn. It's coming. So they're going to run it a couple of times, and then usually when they call it on the high school level, our college is at the most opportune time, and then you see a guy running wide open. It's like, why is that guy running open? Because they've been running this successfully for 4 or 5, 6 yards a pop. So in order to defeat it, it's just a good old-fashioned, you have to be physical and you have to get off blocks. If not, it's going to be a 4 or 5 yard play, and then it sets their whole playbook up.
And as the safety or the slot defender, when you see that outside or that slot turn in a way, you kind of have a sense of what is coming at that point.
Yes,
and
sir.
you have to do your best to kind of work through it, but it's a lot easier said than done, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, especially when now the guys are getting those big receivers, they put like a tight end type like we have with Johnson, and then that guy's blocking on the corner. And then, and also you can do RPO on it where you involve in the run game. So he's reading it. If that outside backer goes to the quick, they're going to hand the ball off. So now it's really 2-on-2. It's the safety and the DB. And what scares me about Oklahoma State is our DBs like to peek a lot. And they're very aggressive. So I hope that we don't get caught on the burn, but you have to be aggressive, but you just have to have a good mixture of being able to tell when we always say don't go till you know. So make sure that they're making contact with you before you actually get your eyes and see if the ball's coming.
RPO, some of this is triple option because Gabriel seems like he really likes to run the ball. And, there's a good recognition of when somebody's not on the edge there too. But it seems like if that read is anywhere close to there, he's taken off.
That's what scares me about today. We have struggled all year defensively against any type of mobile quarterback. You look at Kansas, you look at West Virginia. Even last week, Cincinnati's quarterback had some success. Gabriel, I don't think that's been spoken enough this week how successful he is in the run game and how he's successful at creating extra time and extra yardage with his feet. That's going to be a big thing today. Oklahoma State's going to have to contain him, and he does a great job on RPOs as far as like when he wants to run it. He's not scared of running. He's a bigger guy than what he looks on film. He's 6'1", about 205. That's going to be a good challenge for them to be able to control him, especially because I think they're going to really set up a game plan to where they RPO some stuff over the middle in the passing game, and then he could be able to run and pull it. So we're going to see Oklahoma State. They're going to be stretched in ways that haven't this year. Defensively, you don't have to defend the any-minute passing game over the middle, and the RPOs in the quick game. OU brings a lot of different challenges.
And to kind of tie this all together, watch that on third down.
Yes.
As Scott said, it was really, really important today. Completely agree with that.
Yes, sir.
All right, coming up next, Marshall Scott from Pistols Firing Blog will be along. Tell us a little bit more about the health of OSU coming into this game, his thoughts on the final Bedlam as well. Gideon Hamilton, the coach Robert Jones, just outside Eskimo Joe's, part of Joe State Tailgate Bud Light Game Time inside our beautiful Trade Pros Heat and Air mobile studio. Not only can you listen to us on the radio today, you also check us out on our Sports Animal app, Facebook, and YouTube. If you want to watch the live stream, maybe somebody is going to approach Jim Traber a little bit later on. You certainly don't want to miss that. We'll hope not. Anyway, are we hoping not or are we hoping so? Okay, all right. For Jim's sake, we'll hope not. Game at 2:30 today, ESPN inside Boone Pickens Stadium, the final Bedlam. We're getting you set here as Countdown to Kickoff rolls on the Sports Animal.
The Sports Animal.
Cal. 6:45, number 14 LSU is at number 8 Alabama. 9 o'clock today, number 16 Oregon State goes to Colorado. And 9:30, number 19 UCLA is at Arizona.
Countdown to Kickoff and Bud Light Game Time Live from
Marshall's ready. Who's going to air it out here, please?
Yep.
From inside the Trade Pros Heat and Air mobile studio, sponsored by Eskridge Honda, Paris Devon Injury Lawyers, Travis Watkins Tax, Triple Play Home Services, Twin Peaks, Chapel Supply, and Interurban. Who will air it out in today's game? Sponsored by Air Comfort Solutions. Make the winning call. Call 405-721-3740.
Ezra?
Live from Stillwater in anticipation of the final Bedlam game inside Boone Pickens Stadium today, 2:30 OSU and OU. Gideon Hamilton, the coach Robert Jones here inside our Trade Pros Heat and Air mobile studio right across the street from Eskimo Joe's, Joe State Tailgate, and Bud Light Game Time as we continue to get you set for the game with some of our favorite OSU writers and contributors to get their perspective on today's game. Marshall Scott about to join us. Jacob Unruh from the Oklahoman and Sports Mornings. Craig Humphreys will be along to provide his thoughts, memories on this Bedlam series, which comes to an end today. Before we do that, who's going to air it out in today's game, Robert? I think both quarterbacks might be able to find some success.
Yeah, I went with Bowman here just because what Ollie brings to the table. I think Bowman's going to have a lot of play action situations, and not even play action. When you're a safety and linebacker and you've been watching film of a great running back like that all week, all you think about is, I don't want to be an open field tackler, so I'm going to get a head start and get close to the line of scrimmage. So I think that's going to play into it. Then I think his experience and him being a gunslinger, he's kind of like a gunslinger, and I kind of thought that in the spring. And even early on in the season, I was like, we need to go with this guy because he's just like a gunslinger. He doesn't always have the best feet work. He doesn't always have the best technique, but he puts the ball where it needs to be. And I think his experience is going to really come into play. Even though he didn't start at Michigan State, being around that playoff last year, being with the team and seeing how they carried themselves, and then playing starting quarterback at Texas Tech. I think that's going to come into hand. I think he's going to air it out. I think he's going to have a good night just because of what Gordon brings to the table.
And
with him.
before we get to Marshall here, I think they can be a little bit. Coach Pat Jones doesn't like this. I think they can be a little bit more creative, and I'm not talking about tricks and gadgets, but motion, Brennan, drag. We saw that route against West Virginia just to get some guys in space. To build his confidence early in the game, not necessarily throwing the deep ball to Leon Johnson or whoever that might be, but try to get some guys in space where he can utilize their athleticism a little bit more. So
absolutely,
we'll see. And right now we do bring in Marshall Scott from Pistols Firing Blog. Marshall, special day today.
Yeah, absolutely. I've been anxious about this day all week. And I woke up even more anxious. So, it's sad that it's going away, but it ought to be a fun lap.
What are you hearing about receiver depth? They've kept that pretty closely guarded. What anything implied during the week about Jaden Bray? We know Shetron's probably out for sure, but having a kid from D3 lead you in receiving, a little bit of a blessing, but it did go to show kind of how hard up they were at the position.
Yeah, Gundy's he's never really shares a ton about injuries, but it feels like this year in particular, he just kind of moves to the next part of the question rather quickly. So I think that'll be a huge question mark going into the game. Obviously, Jaden Bray, Blaine Green. You mentioned Shetron. Don't expect Shetron, but those other two maybe, and if not, Leon Johnson plays, and that's his college eligibility. They plan on redshirting him. So if he plays today, he's gonna have to play a ton the rest of the year. So. That's kind of a storyline within, the greater storyline of this Bedlam game. But yeah, I think the receiver, and it's not that I don't think Oklahoma State fans are really worried about the depth. Obviously, you'd prefer to have Dejon Stribling. You'd prefer to have those your top guys. But Leon Johnson showed some great things last week. So yeah, I think that'll be a big question mark kind of heading into this game.
How confident do you feel in Oklahoma State's defense today? I know you and Dakota picked and Kyle picked shootouts in today's game. Just that secondary, Cincinnati didn't really test them with anything up the last few games that we've seen them. Kansas, huge hits over the middle. Even West Virginia, who's not known necessarily as a deep ball team, had some big strikes in that game. It's certainly a weakness of Oklahoma State. You can feel them improving slightly, but I think if OU wants to take some shots, I think they're going to cash in a couple of times, don't you?
Yeah, absolutely. A lot of young guys on the back end, guys like Cam Epps, DJ McKinney, this redshirt freshman playing. Cam Smith's still pretty young. They've been playing Dylan Smith, his younger brother, who's a true freshman, a little bit back there. So that's a young group. So busts are going to happen with those guys. I think, what will, perhaps be more impactful is if you're going to give up some of those busts. Here lately, they've been also forcing a couple of takeaways, getting in the reception or two. I think if they can do that, then everything will be fine. Even if they do have a couple of busts, if they give up the busts and don't get a takeaway or two, then I think Oklahoma State can maybe be in a little bit of trouble.
Like I said, you guys picked shootouts. I think all three of you picked Oklahoma State to win this game, despite expressing a little bit of trepidation based on the way that the series has gone. That's why it's been almost a decade since I picked Oklahoma State to win this game, is because, unfortunately, I'm usually right. But you think because of Oklahoma State's improved offensive line play and the way that Ollie Gordon is performing right now, that gives Oklahoma State as good a chance as any to win this game. I wondered if you could expand on that a little bit more and give us a sense of how you think this game plays out.
Yeah, it really comes down to, Ollie Gordon and the offensive line, like you mentioned. Cincinnati had a really good run defense going into last week. Hadn't had a rusher over 100 yards. They knew that Oklahoma State, it's not like Ollie Gordon surprised them with what he did in West Virginia the week before, and they were still able to get it done. So I think that's kind of where my prediction lied, is that, teams have been game planning for Ollie Gordon and still not been able to stop him. Obviously, Cincinnati didn't have the athletes that Oklahoma will have on that defensive side of the ball, so maybe that makes up the difference. But it's hard to bet against, for me right now, it's hard for me to bet against Ollie Gordon and just what he's been able to do these last couple of weeks.
Marshall, appreciate the time as always. Enjoy the game today.
Thank you, guys.
That's Marshall Scott from pistolsfiringblog.com. If you don't know about it, of course, if you're an OSU fan, you probably do. If you're not, but you want a great daily resource of OSU news, there's nothing better than pistolsfiringblog.com. Going to receiver again, Leon has that terrific game a week ago, and I know he wants to go through the system. It's just that's not feasible. They're going to need him too much, both in this game and then I think afterwards in trying to get their best positioning possible for the postseason in whatever bowl game that might be. But that was a really special moment for him, and he obviously has some skill that you noticed.
Absolutely. I remember in the recruiting process, because I have former players in college, and everybody wants to go to the portal. So as soon as they seen him, they was like, well, hey, Oklahoma State just signed a D3 guy to the portal. I was like, guys, that works for some guys, but you can't use that. You know what I'm saying? So, and I noticed, and I went back and watched some of his highlights. I was like, man, this guy's remarkable. But I thought that was on a younger. I was a victim of the moment. I said, man, that's Division III. He showed us last week.
Yep.
And in the past, OU has struggled with bigger receivers in their secondary with jump balls and this point of action plays. So I think that he could play a big role today, just because all I can go off of what OU has struggled against. They even with Kansas, they struggled. And then I was thinking about this. Yes, OU has been playing better defensively. But when you have a game last week where you have those two running backs who ran well against your Kansas, and they're good running backs, I would say they're right there where Ollie Gordon is some of the best running backs in the Big 12, and they had a lot of success. So OU's defense is coming in second-guessing themselves. When you're playing against a top-notch talent like Gordon, the worst thing you can have is the game before them having success in what you're about to face. So they're second-guessing themselves. The doubt creeps in a little bit.
Let me get your thoughts on another story that actually happened on the Sports Animal this week. And the Morning Animals have a deal with Trace Ford to come on every single week. Mike Gundy was asked about Trace going from OSU to OU and kind of that interesting nature, because we just simply haven't seen that too much. And he said, typically when I watch film, I'm kind of watching schemes, and some guys will stand out to me, but I'm really just kind of looking at numbers and things like that. So I just really haven't had an opportunity to see too much of him on film. Trace took that personally, and wondered if you could kind of address that a little bit. I think there was a little bit of a misunderstanding there, and if Gundy said something that we thought was misguided, we were definitely going to call that out. But once I heard Gundy's comment, I'm like, I don't really think he was trying to say that.
I think he was telling the truth, because honestly, I've been watching OU all year, and I thought Trace would maybe have a bigger, more stats year at OU, just because of what he did at his earlier part in his career at Oklahoma State. I haven't really noticed him as much, and I think Gundy wasn't being disrespectful, because he always calls players by numbers. He doesn't really give a lot of other players credit from other teams as far as their names and things like that. I didn't think he was disrespectful, but Ford has to know. I think what happened with him, he's probably getting frustrated because everybody's probably been eating him up, the fans and everybody this year, just because that move that he made is that's like one of a kind. You don't never see too many OSU football players in OU. So I think he was probably frustrated with it himself, with the fans coming at him. Then he probably powdered on with Gundy, but I didn't think Gundy was disrespectful at all. I thought he just told the truth. I didn't think he tried to slight him at all, in my opinion.
Can you imagine somebody 03, 04 transferring? Now we had guys that you would like commit and flip commits or something like that, and you'd be recruited by both schools, especially if you were in state. But can you imagine, Robert?
If I had a teammate switch to OU that game, I'm probably gonna get a personal foul. I'm probably gonna get a personal foul because I'm gonna go 0 out on him. And then he gave OSU some bullets in material, as far as like saying he's going to see my face. He better make sure he go out and play good today, because if he doesn't, people are going to attack him. But you got to know that comes with the territory. I couldn't imagine switching to OSU to OU, just because of all the things that come with it. And you learn to build your animosity towards OU as an Oklahoma State fan is higher probably than OU, just because you look at the 91-17, you're pissed off. Like, damn, dude, they've been whooping our tails. So the animosity towards him is going to always be there.
All right, coming up next, we're going to be joined by the Oklahomans' Jacob Unruh, get his sense of how this one plays out today, and some keys for today's game as Oklahoma State takes on OU inside Boone Pickens Stadium. Kickoff is at 2:30. Robert and I will be with you from the OSU perspective till about 11:30, and then Jim Traber and Al Eschbach will be along. Plenty more guests. Craig Humphreys from Sports Morning is going to join us a little bit later on the show. We'll have our weapon of the game, clear leader of the game as well. We're hanging out inside our beautiful Trade Pros Heat and Air mobile studio right outside of Joe State Tailgate. Coming into Stillwater today, just go right across the street from Joe's. There's tents, seating, food, drinks, all kinds of vendors out here as well. It's going to be a really, really fun day, and the weather is going to be awesome in Stillwater. Gideon Hamilton, Robert Jones, you're listening to Countdown to Kickoff, 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
hosting number 9 Oklahoma today at 2:30. Tulsa welcoming in Charlotte today at 3 o'clock. In the Big 12, number 7 Texas hosting number 23 Kansas State at 11 o'clock. Couple of 2:30 games. Baylor home for Houston, and Central Florida goes to Cincinnati. 6 o'clock, number 21 Kansas is at Iowa State, and BYU goes to West Virginia. Thursday night, Texas Tech defeated TCU 35-28. Top 25, 11 o'clock. Number 1 Ohio State goes to Rutgers. Number 10 Ole Miss hosting Texas A&M. Number 15 Notre Dame is at Clemson, and number 17 Tennessee hosting Connecticut. 1 o'clock, number 18 Utah home for Arizona State. 1:30, number 25 Air Force welcoming in Army. 2:30 games. The big one today, number 2 Georgia, number 12 Missouri. Also at 2:30, number 4 Florida State. It goes to Pittsburgh. 2:30, number 11 Penn State is at Maryland. Number 13 Louisville is home for Virginia Tech. And number 24 Tulane goes to East Carolina. 4:30 today, number 6 Oregon hosting Cal Berkeley. 6:30, number 3 Michigan hosting Purdue. And number 5, Washington goes to number 20, Southern Cal. 6:45, number 14, LSU is at number 8, Alabama. 9 o'clock, number 16, Oregon State's at Colorado. And at 9:30, number 19, UCLA is at Arizona.
Countdown to Kickoff and Bud Light Game Time Live from Eskimo.
Okay, Jacob's ready. Weapons of the game here.
From inside the Trade Pros Heat and Air Mobile Studio, sponsored by Norman Hyundai, Lucky Star Casino, Midwest Engineering and Testing Corporation, Bob Moore Nissan, Nerve Renewal Group, Billings Fairchild Center, and Warden and Carpenter Law Firm. It's time for Weapons of the Game, sponsored by Travis Watkins, Tax Resolution and Accounting Firm. IRS problems? No problem. Call 405-451-3399.
You guys are on?
Countdown to Kickoff rolls on here on 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal. Gideon Hamilton, the coach, Robert Jones. You can also check us out on the Sports Animal app, Facebook, and YouTube page. Right across the street from Joe's in Stillwater, part of Joe State Tailgate. Bud Light Game Time. Who could be a weapon of the game today for Oklahoma State, Roberts?
Starting offensively, the obvious answer is Ollie Gordon. I think it's Oklahoma State's success starts offensively with him and it ends with him. So I think he's going to have another big day. I just think that teams have been game planning for him for the last couple of weeks. I think early on, OU might have some success defensively, but I think as the game goes on, I think the offensive line will wear on them, and I think Ollie's going to have a big day. Then defensively, Colin Oliver. I think he showed up a couple years ago with the big sack on Caleb Williams to kind of secure the win. I just think that what he brings to the table coming off the edge, he's an NFL player. So I think he's going to make some plays. He's leading the Big 12 in forced fumbles. I think he's going to have some plays against Gabriel. Gabriel likes to hold the ball a little bit, and he likes to scramble. So I think we're going to have some success there. So those are my two weapons of the game.
All right, let's go ahead and bring him in. Jacob Unruh does a great job covering OSU for the Oklahoman. And Jacob, are you still down at the Victory Parade, or did you make your way back?
I'm in traffic in Edmond on the way back, on the way to Stillwater. So,
okay, very good.
I am back from the Victory Parade, but it's still in my heart.
Jacob, a huge Texas Rangers fan, so he's one of those people that around the area that are really, really excited about what Texas was able to pull off this year. Jacob, this is an interesting one. A few weeks ago, we didn't think this one was going to have much cachet outside of the fact that it was the last Bedlam game, and now it's pretty important for both these teams, isn't it?
Yeah, they're both tied atop the Big 12 with 3 other teams, and in a way, you could, with based on schedules left for both teams, you kind of wonder if this is a unofficial semifinal in a way. I think the path to Arlington really is favorable for the winner of this afterwards. And, that's big. So that adds even more importance to ending a rivalry that spans before statehood. So I think we're going to see a lot of emotion and a lot of physical play and a lot of big moments tonight from both sides.
What's the biggest concern for Oklahoma State today in terms of what Oklahoma does well?
I think it all centers, stopping Dylan Gabriel. I think, the concern is his mobility a little bit, but more than his mobility in the red zone. If he gets in the red zone, he's real tough to stop. And obviously he's, quick passer and has been really, much better as a passer this season too. So I think that's their biggest concern is Dylan Gabriel and what he can do. Considering that the running back situation for OU is a little murky and things like that, but I think that's the biggest concern is Dylan Gabriel.
What's the biggest weakness for Oklahoma that you feel like Oklahoma State can exploit today?
Ooh, that's a good one. I think it's trying to make OU maybe one-dimensional. I think it's the running back problems. Tommy Walker, I think, might play, but how healthy is he? I think if you can stop the run for OSU, I think that kind of makes OU a little bit of one-dimensional. But I don't know if that plan could actually work or not. But to me, that seems like a place you could maybe focus on trying to find a weakness there, because Marcus Major's banged up too. Tommy Walker's banged up. You're kind of running out of options there for OU.
What is the fact that I think it'll probably take us a while to process? We've known this is coming for a while, but as a kid that grew up in Oklahoma, what is this like today? It's a little bit surreal, isn't it, that they're not going to play this game anymore?
Yeah, it's weird. It's been kind of an odd week thinking this is going to end. Even for I grew up in Oklahoma, obviously, and this is a rivalry that even as a kid that was more baseball obsessed than college football obsessed, it's still a game that's you got fired up for. And so I think losing that it stinks, but I get why it's happening, and I get it could obviously come back way down the line and everything. But then you think about kids that are going to grow up not knowing this rivalry, and so it's kind of strange. I'll be interested to see what the atmosphere is like. OSU is going to be fired up, obviously, because it's the home game, and they have a chance to win this and end the rivalry in the right way. But it's going to be pretty crazy around Stillwater all day today.
Yep, no question about that. Jacob, appreciate the time. Enjoy the game today.
Thanks, guys.
Jacob Unruh from the Oklahoman. Do you allow your players to approach a game mentally in a different way? Coweta, district championship. They know that some games mean a little bit more than others, and whether it's because it's Oklahoma or whether it's because, hey, you're climbing this impossibly tall ladder to try to get to your ultimate goal, but at least you can see it now. How do you approach that with your kids?
Well, and I try to tell them, first of all, don't try to invent the wheel this week. Yeah, you're going to try to exploit some of their weaknesses. Yeah, you're going to try to do some things differently, but you have to do what got you there, because if you try to switch it up that week, you end up putting yourself in a situation where bad things are going to happen to you. Just do what got you there. Whatever your strengths are, really kind of focus on those, and then your weaknesses, be aware of them and try to work on those as well. But you have to do what got you to that game. You have to do what put you in the situation. When you try to invent the wheel or try to fix something that ain't broken, you're going to end up being broken. So don't make the game bigger than what it is. Focus on just doing the things that got you there. And sometimes kids can handle that, and sometimes they don't. I had teams that they didn't handle it well. Last year in the playoffs versus Carl Albert, we didn't handle it well, and we ended up losing. Now, I felt like we were the more talented team, but we just didn't handle things well. So both of these teams are very talented. Both of them are going to try new things, but they better stick to what got them there, or it's going to be some situations that they don't like.
How did Coach Miles handle that? I had a feeling he made sure you guys knew you were playing Texas.
Absolutely.
Like that.
Well, Coach Miles was real old school, so he's going to start the game off very conservative and run the ball and let us get comfortable. So he really stuck to the things that got us there, and then he made sure in practice we were very physical all week. We had long physical practice. He had a really Big Ten mentality because he played in the Big Ten. So he let you get comfortable in the game because he's going to be conservative and he was going to control the clock. Gundy's a little bit I know everybody say he coaches conservative. And I've seen it in games too. That's what surprises me. I really didn't notice as people start bringing it up. But I felt like in the not last year, I just feel like they were overmatched a little bit. That game was crazy how Spencer could have probably threw 6 picks. But the game priorly, they came out and did some things differently. And I was surprised, and they got the lead early on. So I hope he handles that same approach.
Let me ask you about that, because this is the last game, and he and Casey have done this a little bit. You could certainly tell against Kansas State that they went back deep in the playbook. Do you anticipate any of that today?
Well, yeah. I mean, He said something I went back and listened to the press conference today. He said the last couple of years he felt like they had too much things on it the last couple of years. And I was like, wow, that's a big statement. So maybe them making it simpler has helped this team, especially the offensive line, because that's the only thing you can conclude to how they were playing. I watched them get outmanned by I felt like Central Arkansas kind of gave it to them in South Alabama. But Simplify has made them better, but you can still go back to some of the things that you probably erased for the time being. Now the kids are playing better. I think they're going to pull out all the stops today because they know how important this is.
I asked you something during our post-game show a week ago, and Oklahoma had lost to Kansas earlier in the day. And I said, you obviously don't have the power to change this, but if you had your way, would you rather play and take OU out of it, whoever it is, would you rather play an undefeated team at this stage of the season or a team that was just coming off a loss? And you said, if I could arrange it, I would rather have them undefeated. Why?
Oh, man, because when you're undefeated, naturally you're confident. You're going around campus, everybody's patting you on the back, everybody loves you, you're doing great, you're on the articles, and everybody's saying things. But when you lose that game, sometimes your fan base turns against you. Sometimes they start to question the defense. They question the offensive play call, and they do all the things. It's almost like they erased what happened the week previously. So you go to practice, you're amped up. You're fired up to prove everybody wrong. So OU is going to be fired up today. They understand what's at stake. They understand that they put them in a tough situation as far as the Big 12 championship and the playoff contention. So they're going to be fired up. I would rather have them undefeated, confident, kind of coming in here overlooking us instead of coming in here getting beat by Kansas, which was a historical win for Kansas. So they're going to be fired up and ready to go.
And this game will kick off at 2:30 today inside Boone Pickens Stadium. Having a great time here at Joe State Tailgate. We've got all kinds of different vendors, food, drinks, got tents. You come out here, grab a bite, and get with your friends, eat out here in front of us, the Trade Pros Heat and Air Mobile Studio. Coming up at 11:30 will be Jim and Al for their version of Countdown to Kickoff. Plenty more contributors, but coming up next, you definitely don't want to miss this. Craig Humphreys offers his Bedlam memories and thoughts on this series coming to an end, and who does Craig think is going to win today? He'll join us coming up next. Gideon Hamilton, the coach, Robert Jones, here inside our Trade Pros Heat and Air Mobile Studio. It's Countdown to Kickoff. Bud Light Game Time, 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
2:30 in Stillwater. Number 22, Oklahoma State, hosting number 9, Oklahoma. Tulsa welcoming in Charlotte today at 3 o'clock. Big 12, matter of minutes. Number 7, Texas, hosting number 23, Kansas State. 2:30 games. Houston goes to Baylor. Central Florida is at Cincinnati. 6 o'clock games. Number 21, Kansas, goes to Iowa State. And BYU is at West Virginia. Top 25, this game about to get underway. Number 1, Ohio State and Rutgers. Other 11 o'clock games, number 10, Ole Miss, hosting Texas A&M. Number 15, Notre Dame, is at Clemson. And number 17, Tennessee, welcomes in UConn. 1 o'clock, number 18, Utah, home for Arizona State. 1:30, number 25, Air Force, hosting Army. 2:30 games, number 12, Missouri, is at number 2, Georgia. Number 4, Florida State, goes to Pittsburgh. Number 11, Penn State, is at Maryland. Number 13, Louisville, hosting Virginia Tech. And number 24, Tulane, is at East Carolina. 4:30, number 6, Oregon, hosting Cal Berkeley. 6:30, number 3, Michigan, home for Purdue. And number 5, Washington, goes to number 20, Southern Cal. 6:45, number 8, Alabama, hosting number 14, LSU. 9 o'clock, number 16, Oregon State's at Colorado. And 9:30, number 19, UCLA, is at Arizona.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parrish Devon, official personal injury lawyers of the Oklahoma City Thunder. Visit Pepperwinds.
Okay, guys, Craig's ready.
Okay.
Maybe it's about no later than 15 or so.
Gotcha.
From the Trade Pros Heat and Air mobile studio from Eskimo Joe's Joe State Tailgate. It's Countdown to Kickoff and Bud Light Game Time.
Craig's ready. You're on.
Getting you set for Bedlam today here on The Animal. You can also check out our streams on the Sports Animal app, Facebook, and YouTube page. Gideon Hamilton, the coach, Robert Jones, right across the street from Joe State Tailgate, as we welcome in, you know him from Sports Morning. It is Craig Humphreys. And Craig, we really appreciate you coming on the show. It's a pleasure to talk to you today. Before we get to the final Bedlam game, though, another incredible game last night. Steph Curry with that amazing game-winning shot.
I knew you were going to go there, Gideon. Gideon, I was worried that you weren't going to be finished with the Thunder postgame show by the time you started the OSU pregame show last night. No, hey, that was a great game. I didn't know. I always thought if you touch the rim before the ball goes through the cylinder that was offensive goaltending, but we learned last night that it wasn't. I guess it was the old Steph Curry provision, right, Gideon?
I always thought when you tugged on the net that was defensive goaltending too, but they completely missed that one. So,
well, the crew chief, there was a report going around the country that Giddy had cost him the game by touching the net, but the crew chief said no. I mean, that had nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Plus, the ball went through anyway, so I don't know how you could have defensive goaltending when the ball went through. Anyway, the point is, Gideon, is that there's just some rules in the NBA, the Golden State provisions, right?
Oh, get out of here, Craig.
That come into play when you play Golden State. I mean,
it's
Rule 23A that it's a natural, shooting motion to kick the defender in the groin. That goes back to Steven Adams. Rule
it was a thrilling game
natural
last
shooting
night.
Motion to lead with the elbow to the defender's orbital bone. That came into play last night. And then Rule 23SC it is legal to touch the rim before the ball goes through the cylinder if Steph Curry is the one shooting the ball.
Craig, can you believe it's here? We've known this day was approaching for quite some time, but it's still just a crazy feeling, isn't it, knowing that this is going to be the last Bedlam, at least for a while?
It's a really crazy feeling, and I think Mike Gundy mentioned it this week that really the best chance now is to meet in the postseason, and I think with all the bowl matchups between the SEC and Big 12, or the possibility now of playoff matchups, can you imagine that one, Gideon?
The
12-team playoff coming. So hopefully we can see, and then hopefully at some point in the future they come to their senses and realize that rivalries are great for college football, and we see it again. But it's not just the OSU side that doesn't want to play it; it's the OU side too. Both administrations don't want to play this game, so we need to enjoy it while we can. And just thinking back on all the great ones, we were going over a lot of them with Pat this week, and of course, Pat doesn't want to see the series continue, and he keeps bringing up whatever the number is, 91, 17, and whatever it is. But But Gideon, Pat was involved in some of the greatest Bedlam games in my mind that have been played. You go through the 80s, and the Oklahoman put together a list of the 25 best Bedlam games ever this week, and they didn't even mention the 1984 game that matched the number 2 and 3. You know, Sooners were number 2 in one poll, Cowboys were number 2 in the other poll. 2 and 3 matchup, and that didn't even make the top 25 list. But you go back through the 80s with that game, the 83 game where OSU had OU down 20-3 in Stillwater with about 10 minutes to go in the game, and that was the Tim Lasher game, and was it an onside kick or not, and hit Rockins in the helmet. And then the 84 game the next year with Pat's first year, then the Ice Bowl the next year in 85, then 88 might have topped them all, what I call the Brent Parker game where Gundy makes a great throw and Parker drops it in the end zone on a 4th and 16 play. Also had the big penalty on Garrett Limbrick in that game. And so, yeah, just the 80s alone had just, great game after great game.
Well, what about today's game? What do you think will be the most important aspects for each team if they're going to get the final Bedlam victory today, Craig?
Well, I think for Oklahoma, obviously, I think the weakness, you and Robert know a lot more about it than I do, but I think that you ought to be able to throw the ball on OSU. I don't know why. I thought have, at least in the neighborhood of 300 yards passing ball, I think OU could be in trouble. Obviously, OSU is going to try to make OU run the ball. OU hasn't done a very good job of that this year, although they had maybe their best running game last week against Kansas with Tawi Walker going for 146, but then he got banged up. But I don't have that much confidence in OU running the ball, and I don't have that much confidence in OU stopping the run either. We set the over-under on Ollie Gordon at 150 this week, and I would go over. I think he definitely needs to go over 150 for OSU to win this game. I think he probably will. But I think he could go over 150 and OSU still lose the game if Gabriel can throw the ball like I think he can. But I got not much confidence in this OU defense. They gave up 527 to Texas. They got bailed out with the last-minute drive in that one, but they couldn't stop the Kansas running backs. Ran for over 150 against the Sooners last week. So, and OU had to go down to a 2-point conversion that hang on and beat Central Florida. So I'm not sure how good Oklahoma is, but I do praise OSU for what they've done the last month. I mean, winning these 4 straight games, finding their quarterback. Leaning on the running game, although we say that Gideon and Bowman threw for more yards than Ollie Gordon ran for last week. He threw for 280 last week, and I think they finally got settled in there, and that was finally a good decision not to play 3 quarterbacks. So I don't know. Having said all that, Gideon, I have no clue. It'll probably be the kicking game or turnovers. If it's turnovers, it probably is in OU's favor. They're plus 10 for the year. If it's a kicking game, last time they were in Stillwater for this game, remember Presley had the kick return for the touchdown. So it'll probably come down to something like that, right?
Well, the great thing about this, Craig, is that, in the short term, this game really means something to both of these teams based on, the Big 12 standings and the way everything looks from this point forward for both.
No question. I mean, how sweet would it be for OSU fans for the Cowboys to send the Sooners to knock them out to end their season, basically, as far as the playoffs go. They could give OU the second loss in the final Bedlam game to knock OU out of the playoffs and probably out of any contention, even for a Big 12 title game or whatever. That would be sweet for OSU and for OU. I mean, just to for either team to get the win in the final Bedlam game is going to be a really big deal. But I think it's great how it turned out. Normally, I wouldn't like it played this early. But now with a 5-way tie for the top in the Big 12, with all on the line, with OSU's momentum, with OU coming off that loss, I don't know. The stakes couldn't be any higher today, so I like it.
Who'd you pick?
I'm going to take OU 37-30. I do think it'll be a high-scoring game. But again, I think it's Gabriel's passing against the running of Ollie Gordon, and we'll see who comes out on top.
Craig, really appreciate it. Pleasure to talk to you as always. Enjoy the game today.
Thanks, Gideon. Robert, you bet.
Thank you.
You can hear Craig Humphreys every weekday morning on The Sports Animal from 9 to noon as part of Sports Morning. Not asking for a score, but do you think it's a little higher scoring today? Just because
all week I said the first team to 40 wins.
Yeah.
I just think it's going to be a high scoring. I think, when we were preparing for OU, when I was here, we started working plays in August. So you have a system of plays. Even defensively, you have things that you're going to be working for a while. But the offense is always going to have the upper hand anyway. So I just think they're going to make plays offensively on both sides of the ball. I think whoever gets to 40 is going to win this one.
When you say you're working on plays during August, is that stuff that you're practicing that you're not using?
Yes, absolutely. Gotcha. Like I couldn't believe it. I was like, hey guys, this is the OU session. I was like, we don't play them for 8 weeks, but you work it for 8 weeks too. So when you get there, it's almost guaranteed plays that are going to work because you worked them for so long that they're not going to know, and it usually works. So I just think the first one that gets to 40 is going to win, So I'm excited to see it. I think it's going to be a great day for both teams offensively. And whichever defense gets the turnovers to get those extra possessions to play a huge role as well.
All right, coming up next, we'll get Coach's thoughts on the most important aspects on both sides of the ball in this game today. And then you might have seen him on our Sports Animal app, YouTube, or Facebook page, Jim Traber, in the house today inside the Sports Animal mobile studio, courtesy of Trade Pros Heat and Air, right across the street from Eskimo Joe's. He and the legend Al Eschbach ready to kick it into high gear coming up at 11:30. So about to hand the baton to those guys. Not before, though, we find out a clear leader and get Robert's keys to the game. Gideon Hamilton, you're listening to Countdown to Kickoff, 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
Owned and operated locations in Oklahoma City.
Number 22, Oklahoma State hosting number 9, Oklahoma today at 2:30. Tulsa hosting Charlotte today at 3 o'clock. Big 12, no score. Number 7, Texas. Number 23, Kansas State. That is early in the first quarter. 2:30 games. Houston is at Baylor. Central Florida goes to Cincinnati. 6 o'clock tonight. Number 21, Kansas is at Iowa State. And BYU goes to West Virginia. Thursday night, Texas Tech defeated TCU 35-28. Top 25, all these games early first quarter, no score. Number 1, Ohio State and Rutgers. Number 10, Ole Miss and Texas A&M, no score. Number 15, Notre Dame leads Clemson 3-0. And number 17, Tennessee leads Connecticut 7-0. 1 o'clock, number 18, Utah hosting Arizona State. 1:30, number 25, Air Force hosting Army. 2:30 games, the big one today, number 2, Georgia, and number 12, Missouri in Athens. Elsewhere, number 4, Florida State goes to Pittsburgh. Number 11, Penn State is at Maryland. Number 13, Louisville home for Virginia Tech. And number 24, Tulane goes to East Carolina. 4:30, number 6, Oregon hosting Cal Berkeley. 6:30 tonight, number 3, Michigan home for Purdue. And number 5, Washington goes to number 20, Southern Cal. 6:45, number 8, Alabama hosting number 14, LSU. 9 o'clock, number 16, Oregon State is at Colorado. And 9:30, number 19, UCLA is at Arizona.
Countdown to Kickoff and Bud Light Game Time Live from Eskimo Joe's Joe State Tailgate from inside the Trade Pros Heat and Air Mobile Studio. Sponsored by Amini's Galleria, Carter Chevy, Generator Supercenter of Oklahoma, McBride Orthopedic Hospital Clinic, ZT Cigars, the Come Up Foundation, and Barnett Electrical Heating and Air. Who will be today's clear leader, visionary of the game? Sponsored by Clearsight LASIK and 43 Vision. Visit clearsight.com or 43vision.com for info.
A clear leader, you guys are on.
Our version of Countdown to Kickoff coming to an end. About to pass the baton to Jim Traber and Al Eschbach for Countdown to Kickoff. 11:30 to 2:30. They'll get you set for today's game. Some key contributors and tell you about what they think is important today for the Cowboys and the Sooners in the final edition of Bedlam. 2:30 kickoff, ESPN inside Boone Pickens Stadium. I'm Gideon Hamilton along with Coach Robert Jones. Clear leader of the game. One guy we haven't mentioned so far today is Nicholas Martin, who has really, really come on. And that's what sets the tone for today, is keeping 3-yard plays from becoming first downs. It's just so critical for Oklahoma State in this game.
Absolutely. Nick Barge has been averaging 10 tackles a game. I mean, he's just playing good. And, you know, he averaged at 1.5 tackles for loss. And his speed is going to be crucial, especially with the OU running game that hasn't been what we've seen in the past. So if you can make OU one-dimensional and you can kind of control the line of scrimmage with your front 5 guys and put an extra guy in coverage, it could really help towards the things we said OSU's been struggling with. So, yeah, Nick Martin, I feel like he's that sleeper guy. Come up with a couple big plays that can kind of get the defense those turnovers or get those extra possessions for Bowman and Gordon to see if we can get some points.
And when you talk about leaders, what has gotten Oklahoma State to this point where we're talking about the game the way that we are, in that it's important, is you're a player that your head coach doesn't like you, and you're another player whose home crowd boos you.
Yeah.
And it's easy in those situations to just say, well, hell with this.
Yeah.
You know, both of those guys kept their head down, did the work, and have helped put Oklahoma State in a position that they're in right now.
That's the thing that gives me confidence, too, is that Bowman and Gordon overcame that adversity at the beginning of the season.
Mm-hmm.
This day and age with this generation, most of the time, those kids might just just tuck it in for the year and then get in the portal at the end of the season. So they stayed the course for the season. Look where they are now. You know, they're both putting their team in a position to compete for the Big 12 championship, and Gordon's player of the week in the Big 12 and nationally. So those guys sticking to the course really paid off.
What makes Ollie run? What makes him better than a really good running back? Because there's not much that sets apart guys that are terrific players to guys that are absolutely elite players.
I think it's his size and speed. You know, he showed me something last week when he broke for that long run, and he's outrunning defensive backs. Any defensive back that starts and plays on a Power 5 level, they're at least a 4.5 40 type kid, and he was running away from those guys. And then at the end of the game, it seems like he gears up and turns it up a notch. You know, that's what makes him special. Some running backs towards the end of the game, they kind of tail off a little bit, but he gears it up and he goes to another notch. So I'm excited about that. And then you think Gundy has said this numerous times, and this even helped me with my running games this year, is they kind of took some things out and they simplified it, and it really helped that offensive line. Maybe they were doing too much, and that's why the offensive line looked like they did. So you add that in with his speed and his size, and you add the offensive line being able to get a lot of reps of some things they're doing. They really put some special numbers out there.
Keys for me is receiver depth. If you're lining Josiah Johnson out wide, Oklahoma doesn't have to honor that. They can focus more and put guys more in the box. When you do have play action, just absolutely plant that foot and throw and be decisive. If it's not there, don't throw it. Typically, that's been a strength of his this year. And on short sideline throws, don't let yourself get picked off that play and turn it into a big play.
Especially with Owens.
Make tackles in space. So those are the things that really stand out to me. What about you today?
Well, I think it starts with, OU's defense versus Gordon. I've been hearing all this, OU's defense has improved, and they have. Now, this is the day. If your defense is improved and your defense is, who they say they are coming into this year and what they have proven so far, even though they gave up that big drive at the end of the game, it's time for OU's defense to step up in a big game like this and with them going into the SEC and show that you can stop a big-time player, because they're going to play big-time running backs moving in the future. So I like to see that. And then Bowman versus OU secondary. The last 10 years, OU secondary has always struggled, and I continue to see those struggles. So I think Bowman, him versus that secondary is going to be key. And it's going to be about 3 or 4 plays. Either he's going to make the throw or he's going to get an interception. I think that'll play a role. And then I think Gable versus our secondary. Our secondary has been giving up big plays all year. Like I've said, I don't think that changes today. It's just how many can we contain them to. They're going to make big plays, but we can't let it get over 4. If it gets over 4, then it's going to be bad.
And keep him from picking up a 3rd and 6 on the ground on a scramble. Stuff like that will absolutely kill you. Now, I have one prediction to make that I'm pretty sure is a guarantee, in the atmosphere in there is going to be unlike anything you've ever seen.
Yeah, I think with this being the last BEDLAM game and with so much on the stakes, this is going to be a crazy day. This atmosphere is what you live for. The weather's amazing. We don't have to be bundled up, so everybody could be out here and girls have on shorts. Everybody got on short sleeves, so it's going to be a nice atmosphere. I think it's going to be crazy.
All right, that's going to do it for us. Appreciate Robert. Want to thank Joe Masato from the Oklahoman, Scott Wright from the Oklahoman as well, Marshall Scott from Pistols Firing Blog, Jacob Unruh, and Craig Humphreys for their contributions throughout today's show. Josh Lupton, Cisco, Josh Lee for their setup out here. Coming up next, Countdown to Kickoff rolls on. It's Jim Traber and Al Eschbach inside our Trade Pros Heat and Air mobile studio right across the street from Joe's Joe State Tailgate. Bud Light Game Time, 98.1 FM, WWLS, the Sports Animal.
The Sports Animal.
Number 22, Oklahoma State, hosting number 9, Oklahoma, 2:30 today inside Boone Pickens Stadium. Tulsa hosting Charlotte today at 3 o'clock. Big 12, number 7, Texas leads number 23, K-State, 7-0 in the first quarter. 2:30 games. Houston goes to Baylor. UCF is at Cincinnati. 6 o'clock, number 21, Kansas is at Iowa State, and BYU is at West Virginia. Thursday, Texas Tech defeated TCU 35-21. 28. Top 25. These games in the first quarter. Number 1 Ohio State leads Rutgers 7-0. Number 10 Ole Miss leads Texas A&M 7-0. Clemson leads number 15 Notre Dame 7-3, and number 17 Tennessee leads Connecticut 7-0. 1 o'clock today, number 18 Utah is home for Arizona State. 1:30, number 25 Air Force hosting Army. 2:30, number 2 Georgia home for number 12 Missouri. Number 4, Florida State is at Pittsburgh. Number 11, Penn State goes to Maryland. Number 13, Louisville hosting Virginia Tech. And number 24, Tulane is at East Carolina. 4:30 today, number 6, Oregon hosting Cal Berkeley. 6:30 today, number 3, Michigan home for Purdue. And number 5, Washington is at number 20, Southern Cal. 6:45, number 14, LSU is at number 8, Alabama. 9 o'clock, number 16, Oregon State goes to Colorado. And 9:30, number 19, UCLA is at Arizona. Countdown to Kickoff continues with Al Eschbach and Jim Traber live outside Eskimo Joe's right now.
Live on the Sports Animal, it's Countdown to Kickoff and Bud Light Game Time on the road.
Okay, guys, we're up.
It's the BEDLAM final, and there's a lot more at stake than most of the games over previous years. Al Eschbach along with Jim Traber here in Stillwater. Jim, a perfect day today. OU, OSU, 2:30. The winner of this game got a clear path to Arlington for the Big 12 championship.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is great, man. We've been up here together doing many of these games, Al, and this one is big. There's no doubt. Now, there's been some ones that national stuff was on the line.
No doubt. Yeah.
That's not it.
It shows what Mike Gundy has done to turn the program around. Because,
amazing.
I mean,
it really is amazing.
Yeah, it is. That's a great word, amazing.
When they were 2-2, I mean, nobody thought, oh my gosh, what's happening up here, but they have really turned it around. And it's a testament that the guy's a tremendous coach. When he does when he knows how to, we all know he knows how to coach. When he does what he can do, this team's good.
Well, they used the off week. I mean, they
did.
They did a great job on the off week of
did.
Changing some things. And 7 on a quarterback. Can't pay 3 quarterbacks.
No, yeah. I mean, the 3 quarterbacks, 3 running backs. It was a mistake, I don't know what their record would be if they hadn't have done that. I don't know. I mean, they got dominated by South Alabama, but they changed things up. They're not doing the RPOs anymore. They're just saying, okay, we're going to get some people involved. We're going to throw it out of the backfield. We're going to go one-on-one down the field. It's been good. Casey Dunn, who I've told you before, I think has been horrible. He's been good. And Mike Gundy is obviously a big part of that because he's an offensive guy.
Now we'll see Oklahoma coming in here. Just a bad loss last week to Kansas. Absolutely horrible loss. Question marks about that last series, the play calling, and we'll see how they react.
Interestingly enough, Al, after their off day, they've gone down.
You're right. Yeah, you're
off
right.
Their off week.
That's exactly right.
Because they were at a high against Texas. They took that week off, and then since then, they haven't played very well.
They haven't played with a lot of intensity, I don't think.
Yeah, well, I'm going to tell you what. If they can't play with intensity today, something's wrong.
Yeah.
I mean, this is what it's all about right here.
Yeah.
And then, like you said, the weather is just
perfect.
Absolutely
for November,
perfect.
And
can't beat it.
We've seen this game, traditionally years being at the last game of the season. So
that's right.
It's sort of nice. You move it up here, and just absolutely beautiful weather, no wind. So the weather will not be a factor at all today.
And then we talked about both schools. You said it. Both schools have a whole bunch on the line. I mean, a whole bunch on the line. Because, the winner of this game, I would say probably, 80-85% out? They're going to Arlington.
Yeah. Yes.
Especially Oklahoma State because they're playing all the teams that can't beat anybody.
Yeah.
Now OU still got a little bit left.
Well, they got to go to BYU. They didn't play TCU, West Virginia. Horrible. Pretty bad.
You're right. But at least they've been in the league.
Yeah.
The teams that haven't been in this league are really struggling.
Yeah, you're
really
right.
struggling.
I mean, it just and today we see Texas beating Kansas State in an elimination game in Austin.
Tell you what, this quarterback's pretty good.
Really
I mean, he's pretty dang
really
good.
Player.
I
wonder if Manning sticks around there. Because if you as I would think leaves for the draft.
Gideon and Robert Jones. There you go. We got you guys back now.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Thank you very much. Go ahead. What were you going to say
we're
about
talking about Texas. That this kid, I wonder if Manning winds up leaving her.
I think he will. I mean, I just don't. I mean, why would he stay? This guy's good. I mean, he's good. I'm sure that after the season's over, no matter what happens, Sarkisian will go, well, the job's going to be open if Ewers leaves. But I don't know if it is. This kid's good, man.
Yeah. This kid's.
Look at that. Another long play. Why is this happening?
Baron Jewelers and 988 Oklahoma
Not your
Department
fault.
of Mental Health.
According to Miriam
Got
West,
us, Matt?
I got you.
If-
Yep, I got you.
All right.
lavish,
Let's
sumptuous,
come right
grandiose, imposing in appearance or impression.
Oh.
To impress? Well, at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort,
that
we
cat's
believe
my
all
word.
of those
Jeez.
definitions apply. From the table
Look at this
games,
cat.
the Brazilian Steakhouse, the Grand Spa,
That
the
is
Grandstand
beautiful.
Sports Bar, to the all-new
That's
Grand
Mitchell. That's
Food
the
Court,
other kid.
Grand
Uh-oh.
Casino
Oh, the ball
Hotel
was
and Resort
moving a
will
little bit.
always live up to its name. Have a grand time at the Grand Casino Hotel and Resort in Shawnee. Don't we all deserve the grand treatment? GrandResortOK.com.
And we're
here we
back.
go.
Myself, Oklahoma State, the final Bedlam game at 2:30 today. A perfect day. We're talking about Texas and
Trying to get some word out to Texas. Yeah. This quarterback's good, Al.
really good. Really good.
Yeah, he is. And we're talking about Arch Manning. I just don't know. I mean, I don't know why he's going to stay. Now, like I was trying to say that, after the season, no matter what happens, Sarkisian's going to go, well, the quarterback job's wide open. But look at this kid. I mean, he's on the money every throw he makes. I mean, the kid is good. So,
Well, yeah, and what they said in the spring game, he was the best. He was the most impressive. Now, so he also said, well, just hang around because he'll be in the pros after next year.
is he a sophomore?
He's a redshirt freshman,
Okay. Interesting.
so this is his second year.
Does Arch Manning want to do that? I mean, I would think that Arch Manning could find a school where you could go start right away, couldn't he?
I don't know how good he is. Again,
I don't either, but just because
That-
of his name, right?
Yeah,
He'd have a
I
chance,
mean,
right?
He would have a chance.
Mississippi? I mean, that's where his father and his uncle, his grandfather and his uncle played, right?
Yeah. Well, it went down to, I think, maybe Mississippi, Georgia, and Texas.
That's what I think you're right. I think that's what I think it remember it being.
So, and today's game, it seems like it's going to be Ollie Gordon, Dylan Gabriel.
I totally agree with you. I mean, the amazing thing about this game is that there's always someone that steps up that you don't expect, right? There's always somebody that we're not really talking about. I mean, look at last week, Leon Johnson III from George Fox Christian University.
You're right, yeah. Yeah.
So you
never
know in this game. I think you brought up the kid, the transfer from Texas for OU.
Brent Thompson.
Thompson. With that speed and everything, you'd think you might want to maybe send him down the field. Golly, this is unbelievable. Boy, this is the wrong time for this to happen.
And Stillwater. This is Countdown to Kickoff with Al and Jim
back.
outside
We're
Eskimo
back.
Joe's in Stillwater. And you guys go ahead. You're on the
Okay.
air. And you guys were just talking about guys that could kind of step up out of nowhere.
Well, yeah, and Jim mentioned Brennan Thompson.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not saying it's going to be him. I'm just saying there'll be somebody. There will be. But anyway, yeah, this is a great matchup. You know what I love in football? I love when a team, their best part, goes against the other team that's not very good at it, and we've got that
Today.
We've got
Absolutely.
that today.
Absolutely.
With OU's passing game against OSU has been a little sketchy at times down the field with passing.
Who's the best quarterback they played against this year?
Who?
Oklahoma State.
Oklahoma State? Well, they didn't play against Plumlee because he was hurt.
Well, they haven't played them yet.
UCF?
Yeah.
Oh, you're right. They're coming up. Yeah. Gosh, I don't know. I don't know who the best quarterback is. They don't play Texas. Who you think?
I don't know who it is for Oklahoma State.
Yeah. What's the best quarterback that Oklahoma State's played against?
I mean, neither one of these guys are that great, but it has to be either Bean or Will Howard.
Yeah.
Yeah. Will Howard was about as bad as a quarterback as I've ever seen in that game.
Well,
yeah,
I know,
Bean,
but
that's right.
I mean,
These guys are
who else
right.
could it be?
It's Bean.
It's Bean.
It's definitely Bean. Yeah.
And
But
Oklahoma hasn't faced a running back like Ollie Gordon. I mean,
no.
So it's you would think Gordon's going to have a huge game. You think Gabriel's going to have a good game. So What's the total? What, 61?
61 and a half, I think. Yeah. Yeah, there should be points scored.
There should be points scored. There's no doubt there should be points scored.
Yeah. Well, I tell you what, I just can't wait to watch what OU is going to do against Ollie Gordon. I just can't wait for that. That's going to be – Brent Venables is a defensive genius. We know that. They're getting better. They're not great. We talked about this yesterday, Al. The problem that Brent Venables has right now a little bit for me is that he thinks his defense is better than it is. And they can't just say, let's rely on our defense.
Yeah, let's
you got to rely on their quarterback.
Yeah, let's make them use all their timeouts. No,
you got to let Gabriel get after.
Especially in every game, Jim. Again, like last year, even they got fortunate in the Central Florida game that they knocked down the 2-point conversion.
That's
last drive of the game. Boom, Central Florida goes down just like last week.
You're right. You're exactly right. Obviously, I think it's a key. This is kind of, stupid, but I think a key is for which team's going to get out early, You'd like to get some turnovers are huge. Yeah.
Just think, Jim, 2 years ago up here, little do we know what was going to happen hours later. And he was asked, Terry Murdoch asked him, are you considering going to LSU? And he said no.
Yeah. He's a liar is what he is. By the way, Texas up 10-0. Kansas State's gone to the young kid. They already took Will Howard out. The big long-haired freshman kid.
Yep.
Who can run.
Yeah, I mean, that might be a little bit late here. We'll see.
Look at him. Doesn't he look like Marinovich? Remember Marinovich?
His dad wouldn't let him eat a hamburger.
Yeah, his dad was a psycho. But he looks like he's got long hair. Look at Texas. They're just dominating the line of scrimmage. I mean,
them up front.
Kansas State better
Avery
do something
Johnson
different.
is his name. Freshman Avery Johnson. Where's number 5 for Kansas State?
Yeah, well, you know where he's from?
Some
Wichita.
small town in Kansas?
Probably. I don't know.
Yeah.
Wichita.
Okay, Wichita. All right. Very nice.
But that's a big city.
Well, I tell you what, for OSU in the future, Kansas looks like they've got a nice quarterback. Kansas State's got a nice young quarterback. Iowa State's got a nice young quarterback, right? All three of those schools.
You know who else was from Wichita?
Barry Sanders.
The lineman.
Thank you. I know you so well, man. That is really scary. I should get in the car and drive back home after that I knew what you were thinking.
It is scary.
The Wichita lineman.
And
beautiful.
we'll see next year with the Big 12 who the quarterbacks in the league going to be.
I know. And you're right. That's what I'm saying. They got some young guys, I think, that are pretty good.
Is Sanders going to be back?
Who's going to be the quarterback at OSU? Think about that.
Just tell me they're not going to start the year with 3 of them.
Well, I think he probably won't do that again.
Well, what are you hearing about Flores?
I mean, I've heard he's a good player. I haven't heard great things about him, but I heard he's good. I mean, he'll be fighting for it. I'm sure that what's his name?
Would be what Rangel will do.
I don't know. Rangel can't be very happy. I mean, I don't think he's probably saying to himself right now he really didn't get a chance.
Yeah.
Because he didn't.
Yeah, you're right.
But they made the right decision with
no
Bowman.
doubt they made the right decision.
Bowman's
done a good job.
Fling it.
Yeah.
He can just fling it, off that back foot, and they need that.
And they need to get the ball out to Presley.
Absolutely. And as I've been saying all week, I think they need to throw it to Gordon.
Yes. Yeah.
The kid, man, when you get him in space, he's really good. What do you think's going to happen at running back for OU today, Al? What's it look like?
I don't know how if Walker's healthy, it's going to be Walker. Although I wonder if they played Barnes late in that game, if he's healthy. I mean,
I don't know. Well, he's got to be healthy if he played, right?
Yeah, right, exactly.
I would guess. Obviously, if Walker's healthy, boom. But then if he isn't, I guess they're going to have to go with those two guys, right?
It's also interesting, and we'll find out later what the situation is going to be with Stutzman.
Yep.
So,
he is obviously a key to that defense.
Yeah. So,
they're going to need him,
especially in the run game with Oklahoma State. It just
you need your best tackler.
Yeah, and they were so bad tackling last week. That first half was unbelievable.
That's something we don't talk enough about. Al.
No,
it's something we do not talk enough about.
And if you don't bring Gordon to the ground, you're going to have problems. You're going to have big problems.
Well, yeah. I mean, Look at the 75-yard runs he's had.
Yeah.
Crazy. By the way, Clemson up 10-3 on Notre Dame.
Big game for Dabo Sweeney, get the fans off his back.
Have you heard that conversation he had with that young kid?
I saw that, yeah.
What the heck is wrong with him, man?
You can't. That's a no-win situation. You can't. You can't do that.
No, you can't do it.
You can't lose your cool.
He is losing his mind too.
And that's you always see sometimes how coaches handle adversity because he hasn't had adversity there.
You're right.
Right?
No, you're right. This is it. This is the what they said the first time they've lost since 2010, I think it was.
4 games?
Yeah, 4 games. So that's 13.
Well, Notre Dame loses this game. This is big for Ohio State.
Yeah, it is.
Because, if Notre Dame loses and they say, big deal. I mean, how good is Notre Dame?
So our man Stan Clark is over there. Stan Clark, Eskimo Joe's. He's the man.
You talk about a legend, Stan Clark.
Yes, he is. Doing a great job up here in Stillwater.
All over the world I travel, you see Eskimo Joe shirts.
I know. It's crazy. The way he built this thing.
Yeah.
Really, really impressive.
Any other games? Alabama LSU is going to be interesting, Jim.
I just love the Big 12 this weekend. I love it. How can you beat the top 6 teams playing each other? You can't. And then the losers of the losers are going to be done. Look at Kansas State. They're running the ball on 3rd and 14. They gain 2 yards. They're going to punt it.
That is just.
I'm telling you, Texas.
This game can get out of hand really quickly.
Texas is they're good. Texas is good.
And that's what Oklahoma. I mean, they played so well against Texas, and then you see the last 2 weeks.
Yep. No, you're right.
Texas is really good.
They are good.
And I would put money on it. I'd bet Barry Trammell if Texas and Alabama are the last team that get Texas is going to get into Alabama.
Well, they should.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no doubt that they should. I don't know. I don't know if anybody's going to beat Georgia. We'll see. I mean, they're not as good as they've been, but they're still
really good.
Let's
see how good Michigan is.
Yeah.
Without the spying.
And they got all that daggone turmoil going on up there, It's crazy.
They play Penn State next week, so that will be interesting. I think Michigan's pretty good.
Oh, I do too. And
because they're really good at quarterback.
Really good at quarterback. Yeah, I agree.
But
then we got some big games out in the Pac-12.
Washington, USC
Washington,
tonight.
USC. We should be able to get home and watch the second half of that.
Yeah.
Maybe. So
it'll be. It'll be. You talk about all the time about Gundy in these games, this rivalry games.
That's right. I mean, is Mike Gundy going to open it up? Is he going to pull out all the stops in this game? I mean, I know the OSU fans, you guys, you know it. I mean, he's a great coach, but in this game, he has not been at his best. Has not been at his best.
Yeah.
That's all there is to say about it. So this is a great opportunity for him to try to win that last game that they're going to play. And, and then, like you said, Al, then they got a chance to go to Arlington.
Well, if they win today and go to Arlington, he's coach of the year of the Big 12.
He would have to.
It ain't even close.
You're right. No, with the way they come back, if they come back, that'd be
and
amazing.
They were picked for like fifth or sixth in the conference.
Yep, that's right.
Preseason.
No, you're right.
So done a great job. So yeah, we'll see what they do. Now I'm with you. See, they get Ollie Gordon space.
Yeah, they got to do that. I mean, that's the key. They can throw it. I'm sure they'll have some success, but they got Ollie Gordon. He's the best player on their team. Yeah, I mean, that's what it is. He's the best player on their team. I'm interested on OSU's defense too, because they've got a couple dudes that can play there, but I think that OU is really, really good offensively when Lebby wants to open it up.
OSU got to put pressure on Gabriel. They can't let him stay in the pocket and have all day.
And I think Oliver could be a big player in this. Colin Oliver, they're finally playing him a lot, and he's having a good year. He's a tremendous player. And Martin is just unbelievable.
On both these teams, OU and OSU, they got a lot of guys that can go into the NFL draft. I mean, we'll see what they do. I mean,
yep, you're right.
You got the guys at OSU. You got Bowman at OU. And you got a few others that have been there third year that we'll see what they do.
Yeah. No, you're right. And then we don't know about all the injuries.
That's exactly right.
You can break when you're ready.
On both sides.
On both sides. So going to be a great game. Really excited about it. This is Countdown to Kickoff, Bud Light Game Time on the road from Eskimo Joe's inside beautiful Stillwater. We are in the Trade Pros Heat and Air mobile studios. We appreciate them very, very much. By the way, where's the is there an air conditioner in this one? Where is it? No. Oh, my gosh. Oh, no. Thank goodness it's not really hot.
It's beautiful.
No, we didn't need one today. You're right. We don't need one today. But we do appreciate them putting it in the other one. What do we got? We only got one more game down there?
Two. West Virginia and TCU.
I'm trying
Black Friday.
I'm trying to push it
TCU
on.
at 11 o'clock in the morning.
Oh, yeah. That's
going to be fun.
That means when we're starting at 8 a.m., the ladies will be all over the streets.
That's what I was
buying
going to say. While you're doing your work, Julie is going to be out having fun.
No, listen to me. Julie, all she needs is her phone. That's it. She needs no more than that. Trust me. She's a machine.
Even on Black Friday.
Even on Black Friday.
That's impressive.
She's amazing. Anyway, by the way, don't forget, we are streaming today on all of our networks. Sports Animal, sportsanimal.com, Sports Animal app, right?
And if you're in Bolivia, you can listen on the app.
You can listen anywhere. That's right. In Bolivia, they need to be very careful, though. Look at this. Look at Texas going for it on 4th and 1. They're going to score a touchdown. This game is over.
This game's over.
Man, Texas is dominating them. That was a good play. Did you see it? That was a great play on their own 45-yard line, and they run this little like K-State's all jammed in there for a quarterback sneak, and they're up there and they pitch it out to the running back, and he goes 55-yard. Watch his play out. Look, they're all jammed in there. Look like it's going to be a quarterback sneak, and he just pitches it out. Isn't that beautiful? Look at this move.
Right there.
Right there. What a great play.
They're good.
Yeah, Kansas State is in some trouble. We'll be back coming up next. Who are we talking to next? Oh, the governor, hopefully. Hopefully Governor Stitt's going to come by. Talk about that gambling, Al.
Absolutely.
Should be interesting. And we got a lot of other things happening. Stay with us on the Leader in Sports, The Animal.
Scoreboard, sponsored by Twin Peaks Restaurants, with 2 locally owned and operated locations in Oklahoma City.
2:30 today, number 9 Oklahoma is at number 22 Oklahoma State. Tulsa visiting Charlotte today, home for Charlotte at 3 o'clock. Big 12, number 7 Texas leads Kansas State 17-0. That's in the second quarter. 2:30 games, Houston going to Baylor. Central Florida is at Cincinnati. 6 o'clock, number 21 Kansas is at Iowa State, and Brigham Young goes to West Virginia. Top 25, these games are in the second quarter. Number 1 Ohio State leads Rutgers 7-0. Number 10 Ole Miss leads Texas A&M 14-0. Clemson 10 and number 15 Notre Dame 6. Number 17 Tennessee leads Connecticut 14-3. 1 o'clock today, number 18 Utah hosting Arizona State. 1:30, number 25 Air Force is home for Army. 2:30 games, number 2 Georgia hosting number 12 Missouri. Number 4 Florida State is at Pittsburgh. Number 11 Penn State goes to Maryland. Number 13 Louisville hosting Virginia Tech. And number 24 Tulane is at East Carolina. 4:30 today, number 6 Oregon hosting California. 6:30 today, number 3 Michigan home for Purdue. And number 5 Washington going to number 20 Southern Cal. 6:45, number 8 Alabama hosting number 14 LSU. 9 o'clock, number 16 Oregon State is at Colorado. And 9:30, number 19 UCLA is at Arizona.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon, official person.
Okay, need to pick who will make the spark for today. Spark for today's game, and I'll let you know when Governor Stitt calls.
City, the sports animal, a Cumulus station.
The spark for today's game. Sponsored by Mr. Sparky. Your time is valuable. Mr. Sparky offers same-day electrical service.
Quarterback. Who is that running down?
Live on the sports animal.
Quarterback.
It's Countdown to Kickoff.
Playing
And
against
Bud Light
Ohio
Game
State.
Time
Rutgers.
on the
That's a
road.
Rutgers kid.
Guys are on.
And we're back. Myself, Al Eschbach, Jim Traber here in Stillwater, Eskimo Joe's, Oklahoma State at 2:30 today. The spark, it's easy. Ollie Gordon and Dylan Gabriel.
Totally agree. Yeah.
Really easy.
I'll tell you, I'll tell you the kid that I really want to see what's going to happen with today is Kip Lewis.
Yeah. Yeah, if Stutzman's unable to go.
Even if he is able to go.
Yeah.
See what I'm saying?
Yeah.
I mean, because
Well, Caddick is struggling. We talked about
that's what I'm
that.
saying.
We
And if he
talked
struggles,
about that.
get him out. They
Yeah.
took him out last week.
Yeah.
And every time all I know is every time I watch the ball, Kip Lewis is near it.
Well, and Caddick had that bad 15-yard penalty.
Oh, yeah. You can't
Not
do
50
that.
yards. It gave him 4 more points.
That's right. Gave him 4 more plays.
Yeah.
Exactly. Yeah.
Governor's ready.
All right. Let's do it, Al. Let's bring in the governor, Governor Stitt. Governor, how you doing today? What, you forgot about traffic and stuff? What's going on with you guys?
You went to school up here and you forgot about traffic.
What are you doing?
Man, I am so sorry. I'm on 51 heading that way. I just got off to a late start. My son had a flag football game this morning, and sorry, I'm just making my way to Stillwater.
That's okay. That's no problem. We wish you could have been here with us, but let me ask you, is this a tough game for you? Because obviously you got a lot of constituents for both schools.
It is. I mean, growing up in Norman and rooting for the Sooners and coming to Oklahoma State, but you got to go with your alma mater, but it's gonna be a great game, man. I don't know what's gonna happen. Hopefully, Gordon has a good game rushing, but Stoops is gonna be tough to contain, and then Gabriel's such a good running quarterback. So I mean, it's going to be a great football game and a beautiful day in Oklahoma.
Isn't it great, Kevin, that obviously when you were in school, Oklahoma State was up and down, and Jimmy Johnson, those years, the 80s were pretty good with Barry Sanders. The 90s, they weren't. But it's great that this game means something, right?
Oh, absolutely. I was with Governor Abbott the last couple of days, and Abbott obviously told me he's rooting for Oklahoma State because then Texas controls their destiny in the Big 12. So really all schools, you have a really good shot to make it to the Big 12 championship if they just take care of business on Saturdays.
Talking to Governor Stitt. Okay. All right, Kevin, let's talk about the sports betting situation. So let the people know, in your words, what bill you put out. Like, exactly what did you put out, and do it like we're stupid, like me, okay? So what did you put out this past week for the gambling?
Yeah. So, well, I just heard from Oklahomans that they wanted sports gambling, and so I know 35 other states have it. And so I just looked at what's happening and what's best in all 35 other states and came up with an Oklahoma plan. And basically, it is to allow a commercial sports book, mobile sports book. So anybody that wants to open up a sports book, whether it's DraftKings or a business person in Oklahoma, they can apply for a statewide mobile license, including any tribal casino could apply for one too. So it's a free market concept. There'd be a 20% fee for the state of Oklahoma, which is really kind of average of what most states collect. Actually, New York collects 50%. So, and then it's going to be a great deal. It's mobile. Then for the casinos, for the retail operators, we have about 130 casinos in Oklahoma. We would allow all of them to have a retail sports book inside their casinos, but that's different from the commercial statewide mobile app, which would be, it's kind of like the Arizona model. Arizona has something very, very similar. So be a great plan for Oklahoma. The legislature simply needs to pass it and put it on my desk by February or March.
Okay, so if the legislature passes it, it's done.
That's correct.
Interesting. Okay, so
I'm asking, what? So if the tribe says they don't want it, it doesn't matter?
That is correct. This has nothing to do with the tribe. The legislature puts together the plan for the state of Oklahoma. It has nothing to do with gaming. They still have their casinos. And as a matter of fact, this would be a bolt-on to that compact, which would allow them to do a retail sports book inside their casino. But this is transparent. It's fair for everybody. It's a free market system. Some states limit the amount of licenses. Just at 8 or 9 or 5, but we just thought, hey, let the market determine what the fair number of sports books, mobile would be, and let everybody compete, and whoever has the best marketing plan would win out basically at the end of the day.
So Al and I could open up the total dominance book. Is that what you're telling me? We could do that,
and you can place bets with us.
With my plan, that's exactly right. Or MGM or the Thunder could open up a sports book, or a mobile, the mobile app, DraftKings, FanDuel, whoever, or the tribal casinos. They could go bid and do it. It's just a transparent, fair process. And most the legislature would determine where the fees went, but the fees would most likely go to education, like our lottery system is operated by the state of Oklahoma. Again, New Jersey, Arizona, New York, Kansas. Everybody has these systems, but basically it's going to come down to the fees. The average is about 20% nationwide, and that's why I'm proposing that would be the fee to the state of Oklahoma, and then 15% would be the fee in the retail sports books in all the casinos.
Okay, so coming from one conservative to another, you know that people like you and me some of them don't want this. So how are the Republicans in the House and Senate, how are they going to react to it? Do you think you got votes to get this through?
Yeah, I think so, because here's the deal. We already have gaming. We already have casinos in Oklahoma, and there's people already betting on sports, and they're just kind of going to other states. And so if you don't want to bet, you don't have to bet, but we already have it. The legislature could pass a law and bans all casinos in Oklahoma if they want to, but we already have it. And so we know that there's a push to get sports book. And if we're going to do it, let's do it fair. Let's make sure it's fair for everyone, and the education benefits, the state of Oklahoma benefits, and we have a market fees to the state. So that's why I rolled out my plan first, to make sure that everybody knows this is the fairest way to do it.
Okay, so we're talking to Governor Stitt. Okay, so let me ask you this. You got, like, for instance, the big, beautiful casino down in Durant, okay? And they've already in their new hotel have built an incredible sports book. I mean, it's ready to go. Will there be any deal of saying, okay, within a certain radius, mileage or something, you can only have one, or could somebody do it right across the street from them? How's that going to work?
Well, no, yeah, basically they would have a sports book in their casino, so you could walk in, you could place bets there if you're already in their casino. But that wouldn't be, and then if they wanted to apply for a license for statewide mobile, they could do that. But they would not be able to just from their retail location do statewide mobile. You'd have to bet live in their retail brick and mortar location.
Right.
And the statewide mobile is a different license. But basically, whatever app you downloaded or whoever you bet with and whoever got an approval from the state would have the statewide mobile contract. But there could be 5 statewide mobiles in the state, or 10, or however many.
Let me ask you, Kevin, when do you expect the legislature to vote on this?
They could do it as soon as February 5th, or when we come back in. But sometimes things take a while. The only people that would be against this are people that want a special deal, and they want a monopoly, and they want you to only choose them as the statewide mobile, and they don't want to pay 20% or whatever the market rate is. But this is a fair deal. Anybody that wants to apply can go get these licenses. And anyway, I just think it makes a lot of sense, and hopefully the legislature gets across the finish line for the folks in Oklahoma. Now, the other thing to keep in mind, in my plan, I also limited, after meeting with college athletics and OU and OSU over the last few years, bets on college sports to protect our athletes is something that we put into our plan. And I think the NCAA is eventually going to come out with some guidelines around betting on college sports. But we've said in my plan, hey, let's not do prop bets on college games.
Right. I mean, I've been telling you for a long time, and you know this, but you're right. People are going to Kansas. They're going to Arkansas. They're going all over the place to bet. And I don't know why in the world everybody wouldn't want that money to stay here. It's not like suddenly, you have to bet or anything, right?
That's exactly right. I mean, Republican free market principle is it's a user fee. If you're gonna bet, then the state's gonna get 20% revenue. But you don't, like you said, nobody's requiring them to bet. We already know they're already doing it. We already have, we've already got, casinos in the state. We've got lottery in the state. So this is just another maybe $100 million to education that would be amazing. As you know, I'm trying to cut the income tax and trying to cut the grocery tax. And this is a great supplement for revenue, and it's a user-based fee.
Well, and it sounds like this could be sort of like in Vegas, where hotels could open up sports books and right like Vegas, right?
Yeah, I mean, a sports book, that's where, people maybe wouldn't drive to Durant in your example, Jim, but they've got a phone and they would bet $20 on the OU-OSU game today, or they could bet on the Dallas Cowboys and Philadelphia Eagles on Sunday. So that's all. It would all be available. The legislature just needs to get in there and pass it early next session.
Hey, I think it sounds like a great idea. I worry about some of the lobbyists. I think there's going to be some lobbyists that come after you really, really hard with these people. You know that, right?
Well, here's the deal. Oklahomans are with me because I just always tell them the truth. I talk common sense. But, yeah, special interests and lobbyists come in and try to push for a special deal for their clients. And that's why people hate politics. That's why, Oklahomans know that it's ridiculous what goes on sometimes. And it doesn't make, my deal is going to be the best for the citizens of Oklahoma. And if it's different than that, I want Oklahomans to kind of scratch their head and ask why, and then, connect the dots. What lobbyists or what special interests got a special deal on the deal.
Yep. Well, I got to tell you, I'm excited about it. I know, because not that I'm going to bet a bunch of games, but, our good friend, the Fat Jack, he might stay in our state a little bit more instead of traveling all over the daggone place,
I know. I need to call Fat Jack and find out what his prediction is of this game. Has he been on the radio yet with you guys?
Yes, sir, he was.
Yeah, he likes OU. He likes OU in the game.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, certainly, they're a tough out. OSU's been playing, better of late, but man, it's all going to depend. Can OSU establish the run game with Gordon? Is kind of what everybody's going to be watching. Are they going to stack the box, and then can Bowman do something?
No, I totally agree with you. We've been talking a lot about that, and boy, he's a good kid. Huh? Ollie Gordon can play. Huh? He's nice. He's a good player.
Well, he's gonna, and with
really
the games they got less, Kevin, he's gonna get huge yardage. He's fixing these last 3 games to play some bad defensive teams.
No, you're right. Exactly right.
Yeah. He's the real deal, and I'm really anxious to see that matchup. Can Oklahoma State establish the run game?
Yep. All right. Well, listen. Now, so are you getting close, or what are you doing? I mean, I would think that you would get the police escort. You'd be flying by everybody. What the heck's going on?
Take a helicopter here.
Yeah, helicopter.
I'm a man of the people today, Jim. Just coming like everybody else, stuck in traffic on 51.
You're the governor. You can do what you want to do.
Yeah. I'm serious. If I had your money, big boy, I'd have a helicopter.
Yeah.
Mark it down. Okay?
Yeah. If I'm the governor, I'm not in traffic.
Hey.
Yeah.
I'm gonna be there to tailgate. It's my buddy Hobie Higgins' 50th birthday today, and so I'm heading to a tailgate. One of my fraternity brothers there, and he's probably listening right now, and they're all screaming. So I can't wait to go see him.
All
Happy
right,
birthday, Hobie.
Hey, Governor, thank you so much. We appreciate you. Okay, get the thing done. We're behind you on that.
All right, I'll get it done. Thanks so much, guys. Talk to you soon.
See you, Governor Stitt. Well, what do you think of the plan, Al? It's a very interesting plan.
It is indifferent. You read stuff and he just explained it to us.
Exactly. That's exactly right.
It can be anywhere. I mean, it can.
Now the tribes are not going to be happy.
No, not at all.
But you know what? Just put the thing together. Like I told you, Al, down in Durant, they've got a sports book, Al, that rivals Vegas. They've already built it. It's beautiful.
And like I said, some of these hotels around here in Oklahoma City.
Absolutely.
Right?
Absolutely. Yes, something downtown.
Yeah.
How about him saying the Thunder? The Thunder could open up a daggone sports book.
Absolutely.
I mean, so I like it. I hope they get it done.
Yeah,
I hope they get it done.
I hope you get
if they could get it done in February and maybe at least get it going by next football season.
That would be big, huge.
Because we're losing people. If you're listening and you're against sports betting, I'm just telling you, we're losing a bunch of money. That's the truth. That's the truth. By the way, to let people know that aren't watching, Texas is just, this is a massive mismatch against Kansas State, Al.
Totally.
And Kansas State just keeps trying to run the ball. They can't run at all. It's 4th and 12, 4th and 10, 4th and 9, 4th and 13.
And it would have been even worse had Texas just not fumbled the ball inside the 20.
Well,
Texas had a 4th and 2, and they went for it, and the quarterback fumbled the ball. Otherwise, they could have kicked a field goal and made it 20-0 or whatever the score would have been.
Well, you know what, Matt? The series before that, their wide receiver fell down, and he threw an interception because the guy fell down. So, they've had 2 turnovers.
This has been a mismatch to this point.
It is.
Rutgers giving Ohio State all they want.
Rutgers is not. I told you, the quarterback for Rutgers is a pretty good player, man. He can run. Ohio State seems to be not great, just really good. Would you say? They're not.
They're very good. But not great. Yeah, they're not. They're not like the Ohio State team of the past
because of the quarterback.
This year, they're better on defense. They're not as good on offense.
You're right. Knowles is doing a good job.
Reggie.
You really got to give it up to Knowles. Absolutely. He's doing a really, really, really good job.
Break when you're ready.
As we say, as Rutgers is marching down the field here now. We'll see. Yeah,
Tony said the new Ocana Resort will have a sports book. Mark that down. I'm sure that, listen, it's going to be unbelievable for these people. Down there in Durant, the people from Texas they'll be flying in there. WinStar is going to do it.
Right. Yeah. And Riverwind will do it.
Oh, no doubt. Yeah. No, they all will. All the big ones will, and some of the smaller ones will as too. There's money in it. That's all there is to it. And there's money for the state. And you know what? Instead of giving it to the other states, let's keep it here.
Absolutely.
All right. Great stuff. Countdown to kickoff, Bud Light game time here at Eskimo Joe's. What a great place this is. This setup here is unbelievable. You got all places you get some food, some drinks. They got TVs on where you can watch the games. It is big time here from Eskimo Joe's outside.
By the way, Notre Dame getting crushed by Clemson.
I told you I like Clemson.
Yep.
I don't know why, but it just seemed
Notre
like
Dame stinks on offense. What happened? Hartman was so good at Wake Forest.
I don't know what to tell you. He's had a very, very disappointing year. I'll tell you what, this coach, he better not rip off a bunch of 8-4s or 7-5s because he'll be gone. They don't deal with that. Look at Rutgers is getting ready to take the lead on Ohio State. That's pretty impressive.
What was the spread on it? What was the spread on this game?
They were given was it? They must have. I think they were given 17-20, something like that.
Wow.
Yeah, I'll look real quick here. I'm telling you, Rutgers is not a bad. You brought it up earlier.
Schiano's one heck of a coach.
He really is. He really is a good coach.
You're talking about the spread for the Ohio State game?
Yeah, what was it?
Okay, I thought you were talking about the Notre Dame. I was like, no way is that high. It was 18. It was 18.5.
Okay.
Look at
Ohio State.
Look at Kansas State.
Yeah, they're terrible. They're terrible. They don't know what they're doing. And Texas.
Yeah, they just had a kick catch.
Look, 4th and 11. Yeah. Every time they punt, it's 4th and 12, 4th and 11, 4th and 10.
And they still got Howard. They for one series took him out, and then
they put the young kid in for one series. Well, they just hit the guy, man. Kansas State is just they're unraveling. All right, when we get back, we're going to talk to Mark Rogers. I was just texting with him. He's down in Durant today. Listen closely. During the game, Mark Rogers and Barry Switzer will be doing a Manning type deal. You know, Al?
Absolutely.
They're down in Durant at that beautiful casino, and you'll be able to see that on all of our platforms, correct? Yeah, on sportsanimal.com, the Sports Animal app. I mean, we got it going on here, ladies and gentlemen. We're not some little rinky-dink place or anything that they're going to change over to music or something. We're getting after it. It's a sports animal. All right, we'll be back. A lot more coming up on the animal. Don't go away.
About 2 hours away from kickoff in Stillwater. Number 22, Oklahoma State, hosting number 9, Oklahoma. Tulsa hosting Charlotte today at 3 o'clock. Big 12, right before the half, number 7, Texas leads number 23, Kansas State, 17-0. 2:30 games today, Baylor home for Houston, and Central Florida is at Cincinnati. 6 o'clock tonight, number 21, Kansas is at Iowa State, and BYU goes to West Virginia. Thursday, Texas Tech defeated TCU 35-28. Looks like Kansas State has just scored a touchdown. We'll talk more about that here in just a moment. Second quarter scores. Number 1, Ohio State leads Rutgers 7-6. Number 10, Ole Miss leads Texas A&M 20-7. Clemson leads number 15, Notre Dame 24-9. And number 17, Tennessee leads Connecticut 28-3. 1 o'clock today, number 18, Utah home for Arizona State. 1:30, number 25, Air Force hosting Army. 2:30 games. The big one today, number 2, Georgia, and number 12, Missouri. Elsewhere at 2:30, number 4, Florida State goes to Pittsburgh. Number 11, Penn State is at Maryland. Number 13, Louisville hosting Virginia Tech. And number 24, Tulane goes to East Carolina. Number 6, Oregon, home for Cal today at 4:30. 6:30 games, number 3, Michigan hosting Purdue. And number 5, Washington going to number 20, USC. 6:45 tonight, number 14, LSU is at number 8, Alabama. 9 o'clock, number 16, Oregon State goes to Colorado. And 9:30, number 19, UCLA is at Arizona.
Countdown to kickoff and Bud Light game time on.
All right, Mark's ready. Who's going to air it out today? Who will air it out?
Metro Shoe Warehouse, J.R. Holmesy and Associates, Oklahoma Farm Bureau Insurance, Adams Family Real Estate, and Doctor's Implants. Who will air it out in today's game? Sponsored by Air Comfort Solutions. Make the winning call. Call 405-721-3740.
We'll air it out. Mark's ready. You're on.
And back here in Stillwater, Eskimo Joe's, Oklahoma State. Going at 2:30 today, and join us, Mark Rogers, down in Durant with Barry Switzer and streaming and doing some things. Who's going to air it out, Mark?
Well, I think you fans hope it's going to be Jeff Levy after last week because the conservative game plan. I think that OU will adjust quite a bit today, and I think they'll try to throw the football a little bit more than they did a week ago.
We need to turn you up some way. I don't know. You talking into the phone, Mark? What are you doing down there? Are you excited about all the money you won last night on the craps table?
Talking into a tin can and a string.
There you are. Now you sound good.
Yeah,
that's much better.
Okay.
Thank you so much.
That's
now tell the
Good.
people exactly what you and Coach Switzer are going to be doing because we're going to run it on all our platforms. So tell exactly what you guys do.
Well, Coach Switz is a little bit under the weather today, so he is not going to be with us. Hopefully we'll get to feeling better. So we're going to have a lot of former OU players call in similar to the Manning cast that will be commenting on the game. Brian Bosworth, Marcus Dupree, Tony Casillas, amongst others. So it should be a lot of fun today, and you got a chance to interact with them over social media. So we'll watch the game and kind of react to it as it happens.
Very good. By the way, you saw what happened with Texas and Kansas State, right? Blocked a punt. Kansas State did.
Yeah. I mean, it's kind of a slugfest. Texas has had some big plays. I mean, I don't think it's over yet, but
you're right.
I think it's over.
I will say this: Texas has been dominating Kansas State's offense until that last drive. So, the
bad thing is you can't be dominating and only ahead 10 points.
You're right.
Half.
You're right.
That's true. But they don't have enough on the scoreboard to feel confident.
No, you're right. I agree with you. I said that to Al a minute ago. I mean, they threw an interception, they fumbled, and then they just dropped the pass wide open. They got a block punt. So yeah, they're letting Kansas State say anything. This Murphy kid's pretty good,
152 yards. I mean,
in the first quarter.
Yeah,
he was lighting them up.
I like him a lot. I think that it's going to take some time for him to throw the ball, but he's a great athlete, and so he could be a really big threat running and throwing the football.
What do you think Arch Manning does? If this kid plays well the rest of the year, you think Arch Manning leaves to go somewhere else?
Yeah, I would think so, right? I mean, you have to look around if he plays really good. You still have Ewers there, too.
Right. Although, don't you think Ewers is going to the draft?
Man, I don't know. I mean, that's a good question. Is he a first-round pick?
Yeah, the mocks got him as a first-round pick.
The mocks have him as one.
Yeah.
I mean, I don't know if we're real excited about it, but They have him.
I wouldn't want my Giants to take him. I can tell you that.
Yeah.
No.
You never know, though. We didn't
No,
like that Levis kid, and I'll tell you what, Mark, he's got a cannon.
Rutgers just intercepts a horrible pass.
Horrible pass. Yep.
Terrible pass. Wow.
Yeah. You never know with the quarterbacks, you know, Mark, because have you seen Levis? Boy, he's pretty good.
No, I like him. I thought. Hold on a second. Yeah, I think he's been really, really good for Tennessee. He's better than Tannehill is, I think, by a long ways. He's got a lot of confidence and poise, and he throws the ball well.
No doubt. I know one thing. I'd trade right now straight up for Pickett. Give him to me. I'll take him. I like him better than Pickett. So, but
yeah, I agree.
What about the game here in Stillwater, Mark?
I think that OU matches up well against OSU. They can bring some pressure and force Bowman to move around. And OU's been pretty good against the tailback this year. They are giving up some rushing yards, but last week the quarterback, got outside containment and ran for the touchdown. That was a big difference in the game. Bowman can't move very well. OSU's really banged up the receiver position. So I think OU, I expect them to play well today, make some adjustments from what they did last week and have a lot of success.
You think that OU, we know OU is going to try to sell out for Gordon. You think they can stop him?
I think the over-under in Vegas is 123, I think. I think that's a pretty good number. If he gets 150, 160, then, I don't think OU is going to win the game at that point. If he runs for, I saw Marcus Dupree last night, and I was telling him, man, Ollie Gordon kind of reminds me of you, that season that you had in Norman in 1982, where he didn't play at the beginning of the season, and he came on and just got better and better and better every week. If Ollie Gordon's going to get better today, then there's going to be some superlatives mentioned with his name. It's not going to be just a guy anymore, that's for sure.
Well, if he rips off 200 yards today, he's going to be leading the All-American race.
Well, especially with the defenses that play in the rest of the way.
That's what Al brings up a great point. Defenses. Yeah, they got terrible defenses the rest of the year, Mark.
Yeah, well, and he goes way up in the Heisman race. They're finally posting odds for him in the Heisman race, and I think it's well-deserved.
That's amazing, isn't it? It really is. What a turnaround. You really got to give a lot of credit. I'm hard sometimes on Mike Gundy and obviously Casey Dunn. But Al brought it up. That off week, Mark, they did a great job at just saying, okay, let's play the right people and then let's do the right things. And it's worked immensely.
Well, it's kind of odd, though, don't you think, at the beginning of the year? I think they wanted to go with Bowman, or they wouldn't have taken him as a transfer. And, there's a lot of rust, and maybe he didn't move that well. It took him some time to get acclimated after sitting out for 2 years at Michigan. I really can't give him a pass on Ollie Gordon. I don't know what's going on there. And it's still kind of strange, the message that comes out of Stillwater about it's just not over complimentary of him. But if he would have another 200 yards today, don't you think you have to go to the podium and start talking about this guy should be a Heisman Trophy winner? He's kind of helped us save our season. All these kind of things. You can't slow play it anymore. I don't know. I don't know what the motive is to just kind of talk about him like he's not something special.
I agree with you immensely, Mark. It doesn't make a lot of sense, man. I don't know what happened. You're right, though. If this dude, he has rushed for over 1,000 yards basically in 5 games, basically. And if he rips off 200 today again, you're right. Don't you agree, Al? They got to come out and go, hey, this kid has helped save our life.
And then after the season, Gundy better come up with some NIL money. Somebody at OSU.
Oh, there'll be people coming after him.
Absolutely.
There is. You think he'd look good in Alabama jersey, Mark?
Yeah, and I don't think they can be afraid of that. You know what I'm saying? I don't think that's going to, one way or the other, keep him or make him go if they talk good about him at the podium at times. So I don't know. We'll see what happens this week.
Hey, we got something going on in New Brunswick, New Jersey with the
nobody else would know that's where it is except us. But go ahead. Yeah. Rutgers getting ready to score here at the end of the half to go up on Ohio State, Mark.
They were like a 1 yard line. 1 or 2 yard line.
Well, remember, Rutgers played pretty close to Michigan, and that halftime interview is where this whole Michigan thing started there. So,
good point.
Yeah,
I forgot about that. You're right. Shiano, Al and I were talking. Shiano's a really good coach, isn't he?
I think so. He's a good coach. I think he's made some questionable decisions at times, but he's a good coach.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, a win at Rutgers. Are you kidding me?
Yeah, it's hard to win there. Really hard. What about Clemson beating up on Notre Dame? Notre Dame's really offensively. Hartman, he's had a really disappointing year.
Yeah, he wasn't the answer for them on offense. Notre Dame has had a really tough schedule this year. The way that it's worked out, I mean, they had that big run where they had to play all those teams in a row that were undefeated, and Clemson at 4-4 certainly can beat you. So it's been rough on Notre Dame.
Who would have thought that Louisville was going to be a real hard game, right?
Well, yeah.
Right. No, you wouldn't have thought that's the game.
Killed them, Notre Dame.
Yeah, Louisville killed him, and then obviously Duke is really. I mean, yeah, you're right. I don't know the rankings of schedules, but theirs has got to be up there really close to the best and the hardest in the country, doesn't it?
I think so. Yeah, it has to be.
Any other games?
I mean, and, they play 5 SEC or 5 ACC teams every year, and this year they kind of got the tough draw of having to play most all of the good ones.
You're right. What?
Or USC Washington tonight.
Yeah, what do you think about that? It seems like everybody loves USC.
I like USC tonight. I think they kind of bounce back a little bit. I don't think Washington's that good on defense. Road game. It's the first tough game that Washington's had to play outside of.
You can break whenever you're ready.
Seattle. So I think that there'll be a good chance for USC to win tonight. I've gone back and forth all week on Alabama and LSU. I've got no idea about that game.
Now, let me ask you, how many people you think they're going to get a good crowd out there in the Coliseum for USC?
I think it'll be a good crowd. Yeah. That's a big game.
Well, it is a big game, but I don't know. It sounds like people are already getting off of them.
I think they've jumped off the bandwagon there.
It seems that way, yeah. All right, Marcus. I know you wish you could be here in Stillwater for the last one, but
no, he doesn't. He's having a good time at the ranch. Are you kidding me?
Okay, so you got to tell us.
Have a good time down here for sure, but
you got to tell us.
I wish I was there.
You got to tell us about your young lady and her role last night. Let us know on the craft table what happened.
What did Amber do last night?
First time
rolling. All tall, all small, all tall, all small. The guy that the croupiers were just shaking their heads. It was a pretty high limit table as well, so I wasn't out there on all the numbers and everything, but it was a very, very nice roll. Very impressive.
I will tell you this. If she did that with me betting in that table right there, I'd have won $5,000. You know that?
Yeah. Well, I mean, it was the first night. I was just kind of laid back and, not trying to.
Was it a $25 table? $25 table?
$25 table, yeah.
Yeah. Wow, that must have been unbelievable. I'll bet you there were some people making a bunch.
It was just us. That was it.
There was nobody at the table?
No one at the table. No.
Oh, my gosh.
If there had been people at the table, a roll would have lasted for 40 minutes, but there was nobody there.
Golly, man. What I would have given to be at the other end of the table for that, man. That would have been nice.
Yeah.
Rutgers going to lead it.
Yeah, it was a late text. I had to shoot you a text, though.
I appreciate it. Rutgers up 9-7 now. Thank you very much. And by the way, halftime, Texas and Kansas State. Texas is up 17-7. Kansas State got to feel great about only being down 10 points. All right, Mark, tell us about just give us a little scenario of what you think is going to happen up here today, kind of how things are going to go and what you like.
I think it'll be a little lower scoring than most people think. The total's in the 60s. And I had it 31-20 OU. I'm not sure how OU is going to kick a field goal, when you try to figure out what the final score is going to be. But I think OU will bounce back this week. I think they're improved. I think Oklahoma State's been on a great roll, and I still think that they've got a chance to win the rest of their games this year. But I think OU matches up well against them today, so I like them in the last bedlam.
They could, by the way, they could miss they could miss 4 extra points. Five touchdowns and miss 4 extra points. That's 31. Pretty good, huh?
Good.
Look, I left him speechless.
34. I'm sorry.
What?
No. 5 touchdowns and a missed extra point is 34, right?
Four missed. I said 4 missed extra points. 31.
Oh, okay. No, I think they'll convert the extra points.
I left you speechless right there. That's what I did. But it's okay.
You did.
All right, well, listen, have a good time down there. You guys will be able to watch the great show you'll be doing during the game, right on our platform, sportsanimal.com and the Sports Animal app, right? Okay. All right, Marcus, thanks. What's your score? You said 31-20?
31-20, yeah.
All right. See you, man. Countdown to Kickoff, Bud Light Game Time, all driven by Eskridge Lexus. We are on the road from Eskimo Joe's in Stillwater. We are inside the Trade Pros Heat and Air Mobile Studios, and it is big time. Beautiful, beautiful day here in Stillwater today, getting ready for the last Bedlam game for a while. I guarantee. Neither side wants to play
a long while.
Yeah, and I will say this, and I know, Al, you agree with me, so I'm going to talk for you. All the people out there that complain and say OSU is the one that doesn't want to play this game, neither
want to play.
Neither want to play this game. And, Al, and I agree with it.
Totally,
I know a lot of y'all don't, but we agree with it. Okay, we'll be back. Coming up, George Stoya going to join us from Sooner Scoop. Stay with us. This is the leader in sports, The Animal.
away from kickoff. Number 9, Oklahoma. Number 22, Oklahoma State in Stillwater today. Tulsa hosting Charlotte at 3 o'clock. Halftime in the Big 12, number 7, Texas, leading number 23, Kansas State, 17-7. 2:30 games, Baylor home for Houston. Central Florida goes to Cincinnati. 6 o'clock, number 21, Kansas is at Iowa State, and BYU goes to West Virginia. Thursday, Texas Tech defeated TCU 35-28. All these games are at the half. Number 1, Ohio State trailing. Rutgers leads Ohio State 9-7. Elsewhere, number 10, Ole Miss leads Texas A&M 20-14. Clemson up big on number 15, Notre Dame 24-9. And number 17, Tennessee blowing out Connecticut 35-3. 1 o'clock, number 18, Utah hosting Arizona State. 1:30, number 25, Air Force is home for Army. 2:30 games. The big one, number 2, Georgia, home for number 12, Missouri. Number 4, Florida State is at Pittsburgh. Number 11, Penn State is at Maryland. Number 13, Louisville hosting Virginia Tech. And number 24, Tulane is at East Carolina. 4:30, number 6, Oregon hosting Cal. 6:30 games. Number 3, Michigan is home for Purdue. Number 5, Washington goes to number 20, Southern Cal. 6:45, number 8, Alabama hosting number 14, LSU. Number 16, Oregon State is at Colorado at 9 o'clock. And at 9:30, number 19, UCLA goes to Arizona.
Countdown to kickoff and Bud Light Game Time on the road. Sponsored by
Hey, George is ready. Weapons of the game here, please.
West Engineering and Testing Corporation, Bob Moore Nissan, Nerve Renewal Group, Billings Fairchild Center, and Warden and Carpenter Law Firm. It's time for Weapons of the Game. Sponsored by Travis Watkins, Tax Resolution and Accounting Firm. IRS problems? No problem. Call 405-451-3399.
And we're back.
Hey, George is ready. You're on.
Still with Eskimo Joe's OU-OSU final Bedlam game at 2:30. Weapons of the game. We're going to bring George Sawyer soon as scoop. Who are the weapons of the game today, George?
Well, Al, I think you got to start with Ollie Gordon. He is the number 1 weapon today, and I think he is also Oklahoma State's path to obviously winning this football game. He's got to have a big one. Going to be interesting to see who OSU has at wide receiver. Sounds like maybe Jaden Bray will be able to give it a go for them at receiver, which would be a huge boost. And then I think for Oklahoma, I think they got to be able to throw the ball down the field. We saw that last week against Kansas. They didn't really throw the ball. They didn't take a whole lot of shots. I think that's going to be a different mindset today. So I would look for Nick Anderson down the field. We'll see what Jalil Farouk's status is after getting arrested on Thursday night. I expect him to play, but we'll see. And then I think, OU's got to be able to try and run the football, which has been somewhat of an issue this season. But I think you got to start with Ollie Gordon.
George, what about injury-wise for OU? Stutzman, obviously, Williams. Tell us about the injury situation.
Yeah, no, I think Danny Stutzman's going to try and give it a go. We'll see how limited he is. I expect him to try and play. Will he play the entire game? I highly doubt it. I think that it's a pretty gnarly ankle sprain, but knowing Danny, I think he's going to give it a go. Tawi Walker, I think he's also going to be able to give it a go today. Again, how limited is he? Can he have that same burst, that same power? We'll see. I don't think his ankle sprain is as bad as Danny's. And then Gentry Williams, I do expect him to play today. I think he'll start for Oklahoma at corner, which is obviously a big help given that they were missing him last week and gave up some big plays in the passing game.
What about Peyton Bowen? Only played 7 snaps last week.
Yeah, I think Peyton Bowen is ready to go. I think he's fully healthy. I think we'll see him quite a bit actually often, especially early because you talk about Reggie Pearson gets the targeting call last week. He won't be available at that safety spot for the first half. And so I do think you'll see Peyton Bowen come in, especially on 3rd and longs. That's where you see him a lot. They do some different things with him back there in a 3 safety look. But I wouldn't be shocked if he's out there alongside Billy Bowman and Keith Moritz at times today. So he's ready to go.
Why do you think they're bringing Bowen along so carefully? He's obviously not going to redshirt. I mean, he's played more than 4 games. So why do you think they aren't playing him a little bit more?
Yeah, I think the last couple of weeks the ankle was bothering him a little bit, so I think that played into it. I think another part is you just look at Brent, and he's not someone that has played a lot of true freshmen before. I mean, even going back last year's first year at Oklahoma, not a lot of true freshmen were playing, and so I think that that's part of it. They're also asking him to play so many different spots. I mean, he's played free safety, strong safety. He's played some cheetah. They've had him come down and play like almost a hybrid linebacker role at times. So I think it's a lot to ask of a freshman. Now, if I were in charge, I'd probably just say, hey, you're going to be free safety and we're going to start you and play it because he's such a good playmaker. But I think part of it is they don't have a ton of depth and they need him to play different spots. And so you don't want him to throw him out there at a spot. Maybe you don't need him. You have some really good players there. And then he gets hurt and then you lose that depth. So I think that's part of it. But I agree, Jim. I mean, I would like to see more Peyton Bowen because it seems like every time he's in the game, he makes a big play.
What are they going to do at running back today?
It's a good question. It kind of depends on how healthy Tawi Walker is. I think we'll see, a lot of Gavin Sawchuk again this week. I don't know how much we'll see of Javante Barnes. I did hear that I think Caleb Hicks and Dalen Smothers are both going to be traveling, both going to be suited up for OU today. And I wouldn't be shocked if we see one of those true freshmen at least get into the game at some point today. So I really don't know. I don't think Oklahoma exactly knows. They're not, very healthy there right now. So it's going to be interesting to see what the rotation is. I think it's going to be a lot of Gavin Sawchuk, especially if Tawi Walker isn't fully healthy. But we'll see what DeMarco Murray ends up doing there with that rotation.
Talking to George Sawyer from Sooner Scoop. I'll tell you this, fellas. If one of those true freshmen get in the game before Barnes, you might as well just say goodbye to Barnes. I mean, there's no way he'll stay after that. Am I right?
If he's totally healthy.
You played. You don't play him.
I know.
You know what I'm saying? I mean,
they played Peyton Bowen. I mean, 7 snaps.
I know, but that's what I'm saying. You don't play young kids if they're not healthy, right? So
you wouldn't think so.
Crazy. I don't know. They've kind of fallen out of love with Barnes, haven't they, George?
Yeah. And, that room has been, honestly, in my opinion, a little bit mismanaged this year. I'm dealing with some health concerns with different guys. And we really don't know how, severe those are. But, Jim, you're right. I mean, if you start throwing those true freshmen out there, which I've been saying for a couple of weeks now that they should at least give one of them a shot because I think they're pretty talented. But I do think you're going to see at least one guy in that running back crew probably hit the portal after the season. Who it is, I'm not sure. But you talk about some of the guys they're bringing in. I mean, they're bringing in the number 1 running back in the country in the 2024 class in Taylor Tatum that I expect to maybe play as a true freshman next year. So you're talking about a room that's going to get pretty full and guys that probably think that they should be playing more than they are. So I don't know what's going to happen with Barnes. Nothing would surprise me today. I mean, Barnes could come out here and rush for 100 yards, and I probably would not be surprised given how good he was a year ago. I mean, it's pretty shocking how little he's been played this year.
Oklahoma's horrific last week with missed tackles. If they miss tackles on Ollie Gordon, it's going to be a long, long afternoon because Ollie Gordon is a tremendous player.
Yeah, and that's been the talk this week in Norman. I mean, when we talked to the defensive players this week, they talked a lot about missed tackles and how poor they were in that area. So I think it'll get better this week. But when you talk about tackling a guy like Ollie Gordon, it's a tall task. And the guy that I would be watching today is Kip Lewis. I think he's going to get the bit at inside linebacker for Oklahoma, especially if Danny Stutzman is unable to go today. He's their best tackler. He's not the biggest guy, but he gets guys down to the ground. He's going to have a monster game today if Oklahoma wants to win and at least try and contain Ollie Gordon, because I don't think they're going to be able to stop him. But if they can contain him in some fashion, don't give up the big play, don't let him run for over 200 yards, then you're going to be in this football game. So Kip Lewis is kind of the guy to watch today for me.
If we put a truth serum in Brent Venables, what would he say about Kanik? Would he say he's disappointed? He's shocked? Because let's face facts, he has not been very good. And 26.8, I think it was his rating last week. So, and they took him out of the game. And Kip Lewis, like you said, playing great. What do you think he would say about Kanik?
I think he would say that he's a little disappointed, but it's a project. I mean, I think we have to remember that Kanik, last year they played him in so many different spots. He'd never played linebacker before in high school, so this is only his second year, and really not even a second year playing linebacker, his first year playing inside linebacker like he is. So I think he's still coming along. You've seen steps, you've seen glimpses of him being a really good player. I do think you're going to see him quite a bit today because he's somebody that, especially in pass rushing, that's really kind of where he's excelled. Now in the run game, he's still missing fits. He's missing tackles. We saw last week he had a lot of missed tackles. And today you can't have that. But I think there's still a lot of belief that Kanik has the ability to be a great player. It's just going to take him some time to adjust. I mean, we mentioned Kip Lewis. I mean, the guy was a a two-time All-State Player of the Year in the state of Texas at linebacker. So he's played the position before. He's a ball magnet, like Brent says. Whereas Kanik, playing in Kansas, he didn't really play linebacker. So it's just a whole new world for him, and I think it's going to take some
break when you're ready.
He's going to have to play well today. There's no question about it. Today he's kind of be thrown into the
What
fire.
bothers me a little bit, though, George, I understand never play the position, but a quarterback knows what everybody on the field's doing, and he played quarterback. So I'm just a little bit bothered by the fact that it's taken him this long as a former quarterback. Maybe I'm too harsh. It just bothers me a little bit, George. And by the way, Kip Lewis can really play, and they like the McGinnis kid too.
McKenzie.
Yeah,
McKenzie. I apologize.
McKenzie.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Apologize.
Yeah, I think the other one you're going to see today is Kobe McKenzie. That's who I was going to bring up. I would be shocked if you see a lot of him today, especially he's a bigger guy. He will be able to meet Ollie Gordon in the hole and be physical with him. So if Kanik's not playing well, I wouldn't be surprised if you see Kobe McKenzie. But you're right, Jim. I mean, look, you want Kanik. You thought Kanik would probably be better this season than he has been. So I'm sure it's a little bit of a disappointment, but I don't think they're going to give up on him just yet.
You agree with Jim and I, if you put in truth serum in both schools, that neither want to play each other again for a while, at least a long while.
I think that's definitely true. I think that's definitely true for the Oklahoma State side of things. I think that there's probably still some hard feelings there. I think even Oklahoma fans, you're probably right. I mean, they're definitely looking forward to playing in the SEC, facing some new teams. But I think it's also still great for the state. I mean, it kind of sucks that it's going away because there have been so many great games, and I know they haven't always gone in OSU's favor, but there have been some classic games, and I think it's really good for the fan bases. I mean, it's going to be a sellout crowd here today. And it's going to be a lot of fun. So I don't know. For me in the media, I'm going to miss it for sure. But I think you're probably right. Most fans would probably agree they're glad that this is the last one.
Explain the offensive line this year, George. What would you say about the offensive line for OU?
I think it's been mismanaged. I said the same thing about the running back room. The rotations have been kind of head-scratching. I mean, you look last week, they're rotating out Walter Rouse, a fifth-year guy from Stanford, that transferred over here for Jacob Sexton, and Jacob Sexton played okay, but I thought it was really weird that they were rotating him out. Then Caden Green at left guard. I don't know what they're doing at left guard. I mean, if Caden Green doesn't start there today, there's some serious questions to be asked because I feel like he's been their best left guard this season. And Savion Byrd, who makes a lot of mistakes. I think he has some potential, but it's not been great. So it's been a weird rotation. I wonder if they'll stick with 5 guys today, or if they'll keep rotating. But guys, we're in what, week 9, week 10 now, and they're still rotating guys, especially on the interior, and it's just kind of head scratching. And that offensive line needs to play well today. OSU's going to try and bring some pressure, do some different things, and really kind of stop that interior run game. So it's going to be, again, another interesting one. I mentioned running back, what they're going to do there. I don't know what they're going to do up front today on the offensive line either.
Is your father pretty excited that you get to be on the show now?
Oh yeah, he's listening right now. I'm sure he's a big fan of you guys. So this is pretty. I mean, we grew up. I grew up listening to you guys on the radio, so it's pretty cool for myself as well.
What year was your dad last year playing at OU?
I don't remember.
Come on, you need to know that. It's your dad.
I can't. Yeah, no, I don't remember. I'm not sure. I would have to ask him. Maybe.
Do you know how old he is? How old is he?
65. He was born in 63.
63. He was born in 63? So that means that he's 2 years younger than me. So he's 59. So that means his last year was probably 82, 81, right?
Yeah, he played in 84. He played in 84.
Well, then you have no idea how old he is, man. It's really messed up. Figure out your dad's age, okay?
Yes, I will. I mean, hey, I just know when his birthday is.
Do you know when his birthday is? Yeah, I was going to ask. You know when his birthday is?
Make sure you give him a really nice,
April 12th,
nice
April
present,
12th.
Okay? You're moving up in the
I
world.
will. You know I will.
Not a stupid tie anymore, okay?
Yeah, I got you.
All right, George. What's your score? What's your score on this game?
I picked Oklahoma. I've thought about switching it. I've been back and forth all week. My gut kind of tells me OSU. My head tells me Oklahoma. But I got OU winning about 38-35. I think it's really close, guys. I think both offenses are going to be able to score some points. I think OU is going to find some success in the passing game, especially down the field. And ultimately, I'm rolling with Dillon Gabriel. I think he's the better quarterback. And at the end of the game, that's who I want the ball in his hands. And then I think he goes down and he wins the game.
All right, George, thanks a lot. Appreciate you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys.
Yep, that's George Stoya from Sooner Scoop. I got to tell you, Al, they better put the ball in Dillon Gabriel's hands.
Oh, absolutely.
Because they're going to lose.
Yeah.
If they don't.
I'll be shocked if they don't come out throwing the ball all over the place.
They had that crazy game plan against SMU that none of us could figure out. The next game was Tulsa. Now, OSU's a lot better than Tulsa.
No doubt.
But what they do against Tulsa, boom, 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 boom. And that's what I would think that they're going to do that today. We will see. Countdown to Kickoff, Bud Light Game Time, driven by Eskridge Lexus. We're on the road from Eskimo Joe's in Stillwater. Big crowd. The Trade Pros Heat and Air Mobile Studios is where we are today. Great stuff happening. Don't forget, right after the game, we'll be on talking about it, getting after it again. Right here on the Sports Animal. This is the leader in sports.
from kickoff in Stillwater between number 22 Oklahoma State and number 9 Oklahoma. Tulsa is hosting Charlotte today at 3 o'clock. Big 12, third quarter, number 7 Texas leads number 23 Kansas State 17-7. 2:30 today, Baylor is hosting Houston, and Central Florida goes to Cincinnati. 6 o'clock tonight, number 21 Kansas is at Iowa State, and West Virginia hosting BYU. Thursday night, Texas Tech defeated TCU 35-28. All these games are in the third quarter. Top 25, Rutgers still leading number 1 Ohio State 9-7. Elsewhere, number 10 Ole Miss leads Texas A&M 20-14. Clemson leads number 15 Notre Dame 24-16, and number 17 Tennessee blowing out Connecticut 42-3. Just underway in Salt Lake City, no score between number 18 Utah and Arizona State. 1:30, number 25 Air Force is hosting Army. 2:30 games. Number 12 Missouri is at number 2 Georgia. Number 4 Florida State goes Pittsburgh. Number 11 Penn State is at Maryland. Number 13 Louisville hosting Virginia Tech, and number 24 Tulane is at East Carolina. 4:30 today. Number 6 Oregon hosting Cal Berkeley. 6:30 tonight. Number 3 Michigan is home for Purdue. Also at 6:30 tonight, number 5 Washington takes on number 20 Southern Cal.
Broadcasting sponsored by Parish Devon.
Dean's ready. Need to do the instincts of the game here, please.
Wins.com, WWLS FM, The Village, Oklahoma City, the Sports Animal, a Cumulus station. It's time for the Interurban Restaurant's Instinct of the Day with Dean Blevins. What might happen today across the college football landscape? What might happen today across the college football landscape? The Interurban Restaurant's Instincts of the Day on WWLS, the Sports Animal. Live on the Sports Animal, it's Countdown to Kickoff and Bud Light Game Time on the road.
Dean's ready. Dean's instincts. You guys are on.
And we're back. Myself, Al Eschbach, Jim Traber, here in Stillwater. Eskimo Joe's OUOSU at 2:30. Join us right now, Dean Blevins and Dino, our great friends at Interurban. I know they came up to a lot of games up here in Stillwater. Dean?
Yeah, you bet. Absolutely. Robert Ross, God rest his soul, and of course Rusty Leffler still kicking and running things for the Interurban around the state. And Bedlam was really big with those guys. There were a lot of trips to Stillwater, and there were a lot of mostly celebrations for others at the Interurban afterwards. But anyway, people know I've been associated with these guys for over 45 years. And don't do it just for practice. I do it because they're great people, and the business has made it because they have it down pat. They have outstanding food, outstanding service, and that's where you start. They hire good people. So anyway, my instinct of the day says, first of all, go visit the Interurbans.
What great stuff, Dean. What are your instincts for the game today? What are your thoughts?
I don't know that I have anything that's really different than what I've been listening to, Jim. I think that I posted some video of Danny Stutzman walking with the team from the bus to their locker room, and he walks really well. But, how close he would be to 100%, I'll have to see it to leave it. So I think either way, Kip Lewis and Kobe McKenzie are going to play big parts today. I think that it'll be more of a mental and a technical thing with those guys than physical. But Mike will try to exploit their lack of experience and how Oklahoma is able to defend Ollie Gordon and then not give up too many deep shots will be their challenge.
Well, I expect Oklahoma to come out, they're going to throw the ball. They're going to come out throwing the ball, I would think.
Yeah, I would think so too. As we talked yesterday, everything is based on numbers, so you have to do that. But yeah, they're going to have to throw the ball, and the question will be, how will they do in pass protection, and how will Oklahoma receivers do in getting open? Neither of these defenses, you can talk about Oklahoma's defensive stand at Texas, which was one for the ages, But Oklahoma's nationally, they're not anything special, and OSU is worse than that. So that's why I think it'll be a real high-scoring game, Al.
That's why the total's in the 60s.
Yep. Not as high as the Washington USC game, which is 77.5.
Well, I wonder what the total was when Baker and Rudolph.
It was over 80. It went over 80.
Had the shootout.
Well, and also with Tech with Mahomes and Baker.
Yeah.
Those things were up at 80 back then. And by the way, they would go over, I might add. Crazy stuff. Anything you've been watching the Texas game, Dino?
Well, no, I haven't. I've kept up with it a little bit. I think, Jim, now the OU running back situation is going to be really interesting. I personally wouldn't think that Marcus Major would make such a recovery that he would be a big factor. And Tawi Walker may give it a go, but from what I've been told, he's not going to be himself. So that means now you fall back to Farouk, who was arrested, and so we'll see how that turns out. And then you fall back to the other two guys, and you really haven't had Barnes do hardly anything because of his injury. Sawchuk hasn't shown much, but at the same time, this is a defense that Oklahoma should be able to have success with. And if they can get to where they can keep OSU off balance, if Oklahoma does not become one-dimensional, I think they will score enough points to make Oklahoma State play really, really well to win.
Well, and he's going to be Ollie Gordon is so good. I mean, I would expect OSU to get him in space.
Yeah.
He is so dangerous with the ball. He's big-time good.
Yeah. Well, Al, Brent Venables is as good a defensive coordinator as there is in America. And if Brent can't figure a way to contain him enough to win this game, that would surprise a lot of people because that's what he does. That's his expertise, right? So will he do anything differently from what the others have done? I'm sure he will. But how much can a coach do, particularly if Stutzman is where I think he will be for most of the game, standing next to him? So, I think Oklahoma fans have to look at, if you're looking for positives, Brent Venables being such a great defensive mind and having enough good players, even though they're middle of the pack nationally, that should give them some comfort in slowing the guy down. So, although if you give me an over/under, if you wanted me to give you an over and under on what I think Ollie Gordon will run for, it would be over 200 yards.
Wow! If he runs for 200 yards a day, he's going to be the first team All-American because Al's brought up that the last three games for OSU, they're all stink defensively. I mean, so this will be the best defense they face the rest of the year.
You said OSU defensively?
No, OU defensively. I said this is the best defense that OSU will face the rest of the year.
Yeah, right. No, OSU is to Arlington. I mean, this game, I don't know, 80%. The winner's to Arlington.
Yep.
And OSU has even an easier path.
Yeah, the winner of this is going to Arlington.
Yeah, you would think so.
Yeah.
So, Dino, how do you explain? You remember we're talking about OU this year. Last year, they couldn't tackle at all. This year, all through the first, second, fourth, fifth, sixth game, we're talking about, boy, they're really a lot better tackling. And then they have the off week. And since the off week, they've gone downhill tackling the ball. Dean, how do you explain something like that?
Well, it's not as simple as this, but I think I do lean to the theory of reading your clippings too much or hearing how great you are and not getting back to business from a complete standpoint, physical, mental, emotional, all those things. You have to bring it and be on edge. I think that the bottom line question to this game is Oklahoma hasn't brought it. They haven't brought that edge. And if they don't bring it today for a sustained period of time, they won't win. So I think I do think it kind of comes down to that aspect of it, Jim. You know this. You tackle if you're capable of tackling, which they've shown. You do it. You can do it if your mind is in the game, if you're in the right place. If you're on edge, if you're playing with an edge.
Right. No, you're exactly right. Tackling is about wanting to tackle. That's right. Intensity. Yeah. So that'll be, for me, that's something to look for early in this game. You know, is Ollie Gordon breaking tackles on him? Because here's the thing. We all like Walker as a player. But if you tackle, he's hard to tackle too. But if you don't tackle him, he gains 8-9 yards. If you don't tackle Ollie Gordon, he gains 70 yards.
Yeah.
You know?
Right.
And that's right now. That's the running back you want, isn't it?
Absolutely, it is, no doubt. And that's the back that OU used to have.
Go ahead, Dino.
Yeah. Here's the scenario that I think we will see this afternoon. I think Oklahoma's going to dedicate a number of people to stop the run that it has to. And I think the paltry pass they've had will be even worse today because they're wanting to make the quarterback beat them, which means don't just all out rush him. You know, you got to stop the run. So they're going to be clogged up there. I wouldn't be a bit surprised if Bowman has 5-6 seconds on occasion looking downfield. And as good as you think your defensive backs are, no one can hold up like that.
Well, that's why I think early in the game, Oklahoma State should use some play action or something and go long.
Yeah, absolutely.
Mm-hmm.
Totally agree. Hey, I'm going to tell you right now, if both teams don't throw the ball deep at least 3 or 4 times, I think it's a mistake for both of them.
Oh, I don't think I would expect Levy to have it deep 3 or 4 times in the first quarter.
Okay.
I'll be surprised if he doesn't.
Yeah, it's weird though because Levy's had a couple of games. It's just they're crazy weird, and then when he gets after it, he gets after it. You know.
I think he gets after it big time today.
Yeah.
And
Dunn and Gundy. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Dean.
Well, it's not as simple as saying that Oklahoma will be fine if Levy starts throwing deep balls. You know, you've got to complete them. That line has to be better than it's been. And you're without Andrell Anthony, and we don't know Farouk's status. So, you know, we come back to where we were yesterday. You know, Oklahoma's receivers are going to have to make up that ground for wherever Anthony was because Dylan Gabriel and Levy were able to, especially against Texas, tap into Andrell Anthony when they really needed a big play, whether it was a speed out, a deeper out, or a go ball.
Yeah, I got 2 words. Nick Anderson. That's the guy they got to throw the ball down the field to. Has he dropped the ball?
Yeah.
I don't remember him dropping a ball. Do you, Al?
No.
I mean, he may have dropped one, but I don't remember it.
No.
So he's good. He's playing on Sundays. Okay, Dino. So give us what do you think's going to happen here?
Well, there's every reason in the world to pick Oklahoma State. I'm not going to do it because Mike's won 3 of 18 games. And I've walked out of this place too many times saying, you know, I picked OSU tonight and it just isn't happening and I'm not going to do that again. Now, I realize that they won here 2 years ago, which was a monstrosity, just remembering what all happened with Lincoln and just some of the stuff that happened here. So certainly give Mike credit for that one. But I still look at it as one where they've lost 7 of 8. If you lined up these players against each other, center versus center, guard versus guard, it would be overwhelmingly Oklahoma would have the talent advantage. And we're going to find out if all of the other stuff that OSU brings is greater than that talent advantage.
Yeah.
In the end, I've got it really high scoring, and I've got Oklahoma 40-38.
All right. That sounds good stuff, Dino. Thank you so much. Appreciate you.
Okay, guys. Take care.
Dean Blevins. I think both teams got to go deep out.
Yeah.
They both got to throw it down the field.
Absolutely.
Yep. Countdown to kickoff, Bud Light Game Time on the road from Eskimo Joe's in Stillwater today. We are inside the Trade Pros Heat and Air mobile studio. It's all driven by Eskridge Lexus. Big crowd out here getting ready.
Beautiful day.
Oh, it's unbelievable.
Sensational day.
And we'll be here after the game as well. Don't forget, we'll be doing, if you're going to the game, after it's over, come on over. They're still going to have some things out here for you, like drinks and food and things like that, but just great stuff.
How about that free touchdown Ohio State got?
I know it, man. Unbelievable. Long interception return. Had to be
the
about
lead.
90 yards, didn't it?
Yeah.
I tell you what, Rutgers, man, I mean, their offense is dominating Ohio State, and they have 9 points.
Yeah,
they can't get in the end zone.
Yeah, they can't get in the end zone.
Crazy. All right, we'll be back. Don't forget, we're online too. Sports Animal, sportsanimal.com, and the Sports Animal app. This is the leader in sports.
and Oklahoma City.
About an hour away from kickoff, number 9, Oklahoma, number 22, Oklahoma State inside Boone Pickens Stadium today. Tulsa is hosting Charlotte today at 3 o'clock. Big 12, third quarter, number 7, Texas leads number 23, Kansas State, 27-7. 2:30 games, Houston is at Baylor, and Central Florida goes to Cincinnati. 6 o'clock, number 21, Kansas is at Iowa State, and Brigham Young goes to West Virginia. Thursday night, Texas Tech defeated TCU 35-28. Nationally, these games in the third quarter, number 1, Ohio State leads Rutgers 14-9. Number 10, Ole Miss leads Texas A&M 28-14. Clemson leads number 15, Notre Dame 31-23. And number 17, Tennessee just annihilating Connecticut 56-3 today. First quarter, number 18, Utah leads Arizona State 14-0. 1:30, number 25, Air Force is home for Army. 2:30 games. Number 2, Georgia hosting number 12, Missouri. Number 4, Florida State is at Pittsburgh. Also at 2:30, number 11, Penn State goes to Maryland. Number 13, Louisville is home for Virginia Tech. And number 24, Tulane is at East Carolina. 4:30 today, number 6, Oregon hosting Cal Berkeley. 6:30 tonight, number 3, Michigan home for Purdue. Number 5, Washington's at number 20, Southern Cal. 6:45, number 8, Alabama hosting number 14, LSU. 9 o'clock, number 16, Oregon State is at Colorado. And at 9:30, number 19, UCLA goes to Arizona.
Countdown to kickoff and Bud Light game time on the
Aries ready. Who will be the clear leader in tonight's game, please?
Zeno, QC Kinetics, Bob Moore Kia, Air Comfort Solutions, Oklahoma Port Council.
Barry, Trammell's ready. And who will be the clear leader in today's game?
Today's clear leader, visionary of the game. Sponsored by Clearsight LASIK and 43 Vision. Visit clearsight.com or 43vision.com for info.
Barry's ready. You're on.
Al Eschbach, Jim Traber, Oklahoma State, 2:30 today. A game that the winner is in the driver's seat to get to Arlington. And clear leader, Barry Trammell. Who's the clear leader today?
A clear leader. Well, I don't know. Let's see. He won for both teams. Ollie Gordon's the leader of everything. You know, he's going to be Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year. Who would have known that? On the Sooner side.
That is crazy that you just said that, but you're right. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, think about that. So, I mean, we'll go with Ollie. When's the last time we had a tailback be the offensive player of the
year? Usually quarterback every year, isn't it? Quarterback every year.
Yeah, it seems like it always is. Yeah. Heck, I don't know. But, yeah, that's what the game will come down to. Can OU stop Ollie Gordon, and can OSU stop Dylan Gabriel?
Where are you walking? Are you walking right now, Tram?
I'm walking. We got a little bit of a late start. I did a lot of softball this morning, so we're just getting to the stadium.
Nice.
Just saw Mason Rudolph in the parking lot.
Wow. Well, I guess you know what?
Steelers are off today.
When you hold a clipboard, I guess you can go ahead and come down.
Make a lot of money.
That's right. You're making a lot of money. Hey, Tram, real quick, what did you think of that basketball game last night?
Well, it was a heck of a game. Great. I thought it was a great game for the Thunder because what they gained, even with losing, was more than they would have gained with just a regular game and a win. To play that way without SGA, to answer most every Warrior run, and then just get beat at the end on a controversial call, and Steph Curry making a play. I mean, you know, that's to be expected. So I thought it was a wonderful game. Dort was unbelievable. Giddy was unbelievable in the fourth quarter. Clark Williams got going. Holmgren stuns me every time I watch him play. He's going to be a star. So I thought it was a great night for the Thunder. They just didn't happen to win.
You know what? Dort was incredible. You're right. But, geez, him missing that one free throw kind of hurt him a little bit, you know, because there's always a little bit more pressure. You know, whether it's tied, you love being tied with the ball, right, Al?
No,
but if you're down one,
it's a different thing.
It is a different thing, Tram. Don't you agree?
Oh, yeah, no doubt. No doubt about it.
Well, he looked like Curry. He looked like Curry in the daggone first half.
Yeah, he was unbelievable. It's just nuts how hot he was and confident and everything else.
You know what I was shocked about, Tram? That not one human being said anything that last play about how Giddy hit the daggone net. No one talked one word about that. You know that?
Yeah. Although it sounded like they got it right. It sounded like everybody was pontificating about a rule that they didn't know what the rule was.
That you're exactly right. I
I mean,
thought
apparently it's not automatic.
Did you think that if they touch the rim that it's automatic? I did.
I sort of thought
I
so,
did
but,
too.
Yeah.
We all did. And we do this for a living.
And here's the other thing. Guys. The replay was right. He didn't affect the ball. That ball was going in, and he didn't help it in. It was just going in.
No, you're right. That's exactly.
No complaints. No complaints from me.
You've been able to watch this Texas game at all with Kansas State?
Yeah, watching a bunch of it. Looks like a man among boys to me.
Yeah, they're getting dominated. Kansas State. They're so bad at quarterback,
which is shocking,
Yeah.
isn't it? Isn't it, Tram?
Yeah, they. I guess the young guy from K-State could be good at some point.
Yeah,
but right now it's one-sided. It's one-sided.
This quarterback here, we were talking. I mean, if he keeps playing like this, if you're Arch Manning, do you think about leaving?
Well, I don't know. That's a good question. I don't know. They're not the leaving kind, but you never know.
Yeah, this kid though can play, man.
He's really good.
He really is good, Tram.
Well, and Rutgers had been dominating Ohio State. Now Ohio State fixing to get this
Yeah, did you
thing
see
open.
that? Rutgers dominating the game. They're driving all the way down. Ohio State returns an interception.
A freak
interception. 90 yards for a touchdown.
Great day. So it's 21-9?
No, 14-9. That's how they got to 14. But they are down on like
really?
15-yard line or something.
Yeah, Rutgers have been they've been inside the 5-yard line 3 times, and having to be able. You got to kick
That's
field
right,
goals.
kicking field goals. Yeah, it's crazy. All right, Tram, I want a couple questions. If I asked you how you think the offensive line is going to play for OU today, what would you say?
I'm going to say that they play pretty well. I think OU will be able to run not crazy, but pretty well.
What about the defensive backfield for OU?
I think they'll be fine. I thought you might say the defensive backfield for OSU.
Well, that was
That's
my
the-
next thing. Well, I was gonna
Yeah,
keep going. I was gonna keep going. Okay, I'll go.
That's the one I worry about.
All right, the defensive backfield for OSU.
Well, I think if the Cowboys don't get to Gabriel, then I think they'll be in trouble. I think
that's the key.
Because those.
I totally agree with you. That's the key for Oklahoma State on defense. They got to put pressure on. I'm not saying sacking a bunch of them, putting pressure, hurries.
Well, and the OU offensive line has not run blocked very well, but they have pass blocked pretty well.
Yeah, the thing about Gabriel is he scrambles so well. He generally stays out of trouble with his feet. So that's the one thing you don't want to do is you don't want to give up a home run play on a scramble if you're OSU, because that could really be a problem. So, that's one of the things I look at is not just can you get to him, but can you just contain him? Can you contain him?
Yeah, well, he's made some big runs this year from the pocket. What else later today? Who are you liking that Iowa State-Kansas game? Obviously, I know that sounds crazy, but that game has a lot to do with what's happening in the Big 12 too.
I think I picked the Cyclones. I think I picked the Cyclones.
Did you hear Mark Rogers' theory?
No, I didn't.
He said whenever a place tears down the goalpost, you bet against them the next week.
That's a great theory.
It's not a terrible plan, really. Iowa State's not an easy place to play. They'll be ready to do all kinds of things. Iowa State, their defense is better than OU's. So I don't know that Kansas will be running up and down the field.
I bet you they were partying in Lawrence this week.
Well, it's going to be fun. I tell you what, if Iowa State wins, all of a sudden they're going to be serious. They're going to be serious-minded for for finishing first.
Yeah, because they got Texas at home and they got to go to Kansas State, but I don't know how good Kansas State
And
is.
they beat OSU, Al. Don't
And they
forget
beat
that.
OSU, yeah.
So
Yeah, that's a tiebreak OSU has to worry about.
So if OSU wins today, then Texas has everything in their own hands.
Yeah.
Well, you mean yeah.
Yeah, they win out there in Arlington.
Well, Texas has everything in their hands now. If they win out, right? What's the tiebreaker?
No, because Go ahead, Trey.
Yeah, because Iowa State, they play Iowa State.
Okay.
Right?
Yeah, right. So
and they beat Kansas, right?
Yeah.
Okay, you're right. Then it doesn't have anything to do with it, the winning with OSU.
Well, if they win out, the worst they can do is a two-way tie with OU or OSU. That's the worst they can do.
By the way, Kansas State just scored a touchdown, so that's going to go
good for them.
27-14, I believe. It'll be at the starting the fourth quarter. What do you any other games? How about USC and Washington, Tram? What do you think about that?
I think USC is going to beat them. Washington's like OU. They haven't been playing well.
You're right.
They just didn't play somebody as good as Kansas. Washington's been playing Arizona State and Stanford the last 2 weeks and really struggled to win. OU at least was playing a good team in KU.
Can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Have you seen USC play defense this year?
Well, yeah, but I'm just saying they can still score. So that's why
Pettick hasn't played that well the last couple of weeks.
That's
like
right.
he's been playing.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah. I will tell you this. The total in that game, Tram, is 77.5.
In USC, I'd go over.
I did go over in one of my picks because it reminds me of the games that remember OU used to play. They had totals in the high 70s, and heck, the one game between Baker Mayfield and Mahomes, I believe the total went off at like 81 or something, and went over, I might add. Crazy.
Hey, by the way, A&M losing. If they lose, that's their fourth loss. They're going to be 5-4.
Jeez.
Does he survive?
Yeah. And, I'm going to say no. Don't they still play LSU?
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I think they're going to struggle. I think they are going to struggle.
And, we were talking earlier today, Tram. You know who's pretty good? Mississippi's pretty good, aren't they?
You're right. They are pretty good. They are not bad.
I wonder if you put your truth serum in Spencer Sanders, think of what he's thinking of transfer. What a horrible decision.
He made a huge mistake.
You know what, though, guys? Tell me if you think this is a good column idea. If Spencer Sanders had stayed, we might not see this version of Ollie Gordon.
I think that's a possibility. Yeah.
Because because they'd be running the zone read stuff and going sideways and throwing it around and all that stuff. So Gordon would be playing a bunch and probably producing, but I don't know. He wouldn't be a superstar. He wouldn't be a All-American. He wouldn't be a Big 12 Offensive Player of the Year.
Yeah, he wouldn't be putting the numbers up. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, but maybe they'd only have one loss.
You're right.
I mean, I don't know. I'm just throwing it out there. So, it is.
True.
You love it when late games mean something, and this is incredible. The Big 12 got so lucky in the last year of its existence, the way it is, to have the top 6 teams all playing each other today. Tram, that's pretty cool.
That is. You're right. You're right about that. You are right about that.
Can't plan that. You know.
You kind of hope, though, it would go down to the last week, and it's not.
No,
really.
You're right. It's not going to go down to the last week.
Although,
wait a minute, one of the teams may have to win in that last week to get in.
Who are they playing?
I know, but you never know. BYU is they're a weird team.
BYU on the road is not going to be, and TCU on the road is sort of the same way. So Sooners and Cowboys ought to be all right.
Are you shocked? You're shocked at how bad TCU is?
Well, it's not that they're bad; they're just sort of not very good. Their quarterback is not very good. Hoover, I was thinking he's going to be better than what I thought. He had that great opening game. I forgot who it was against, but he hasn't been very good. And so Tech and TCU both go in the big disappointment.
I actually, if you remember at the beginning of the year, I was not a believer in Tech.
I'm with you.
And I think the guys.
I wasn't either.
Okay, good.
But fourth, they picked fourth. You know,
well, in Barry, but at the point they won all those overtime games last year.
Yeah.
And I think I think the guy's a good coach. I'm not ripping on him, but you can be a really good coach and not have enough talent to win. And they're average at best at quarterback, right?
Yeah, they're not special.
Oh, yeah. Well, and they've had quarterback trouble. You know, they've been down to the third teamer for a game or two.
You know,
so that's not good.
What's amazing is that nowadays, if you don't have a quarterback, you're not going to win big. You're just not going to. Now, I say that, you know, people say, Jim, what about Ohio State and Georgia? Well, they've made some plays. The Ohio State kid made a huge play against Notre Dame, throwing it down to the 2-yard line. Yep. And if you watch this Georgia kid, he's pretty good. He's not a superstar, but he's good.
Well,
you know?
And here's the other thing. They're surrounded by NFL players. So
exactly.
Maybe that's a caveat. You know, if you don't have NFL players, you better have a quarterback.
Well, and you got NFL receivers out there.
Oh my gosh, I would have loved to throw to Marvin Harrison Jr. or Marvin Harrison Sr. Either one of them. I throw to either one of them. They're both really, really good. Clemson's up 8 on Notre Dame. They have had Notre Dame has been. They got the toughest schedule I think in the country, but they've been a little bit of a disappointment, huh, Tram?
Yeah, I mean they just you know, they're pretty good. They're not great. I think they got a lot of air sucked out of them losing to Ohio State the way they did. They should have beat the Buckeyes and didn't, and that's not one you can get back.
Yeah, that hurts. You're right.
So I can sort of sympathize with them.
Yeah, mentally that game definitely hurts. All right, Tram, let's get back to this one. Obviously, wow, Texas just threw a horrible interception. And then he fumbled it back. Did Texas get the ball back? Nope. Kansas State got the ball on the 12-yard line. Wow. This shows you how crazy football is.
No doubt about it. You make mistakes like that.
That's that's their third turnover. Texas's third turnover.
Really?
That's what a terrible pass that is.
Terrible pass. Yeah, really bad. All right, give us a score, Tram.
Well, I picked OSU 33-31. I just think they're playing better than OU. You know, the UCF game, I thought, you know, Texas hangover. But 2 straight weeks not playing well, you know, I don't know. So I think the Cowboys reminds me a lot of 2002. OU was really good, but OSU got off to a horrible start, but caught fire in the middle of the year, and by the end of the year was as good as OU. So I think the emotion, the atmosphere, the crowd will lift the Cowboys. That's my prediction anyway.
All right, Tramp, thanks a lot.
See you guys.
See you later. Countdown to kickoff, Bud Light game time on the road from Eskimo Joe's in Stillwater. We are inside the Trade Pros Heat and Air Mobile Studios. Kansas State, boy, if they score here, Al, golly, 1-score game. That's crazy. They have been
really
thoroughly
crazy.
dominated.
If they'd up be, you know, all they need another touchdown to win the game. I mean, crazy.
I know. It really is amazing. It shows what turnovers are about.
Absolutely. They dominate. And that's why today turnovers are so important.
And you can never predict them.
Yeah, you can't predict them.
Fat Jack talks about that all the time. You know, when you make a pick, if the team you pick on makes 3 or 4 turnovers, you can't predict that. It's just the way it is. Right now, Kansas State, they got 2nd and 10 at the 12-yard line, and they're going to score. So, touchdown.
One score. I mean, this is unbelievable.
Man, this is
only
crazy.
Get by 6 points.
Well, we'll see if this kid for the quarterback for Texas can lead them down the field because they need to score.
Well, and that was such a bad pass.
Oh, it was a horrible pass. Just terrible. All right, we'll be back, ladies and gentlemen. Don't forget, everything we do today is online. You can watch us streaming. That would be the Sports Animal and the Sports Animal app. And then when the game starts at 2:30, Mark Rogers will be down in Durant and they'll be watching the game and talking about it, kind of like a Manning cast with ex-OU players. So we'll be having that on the Sports Animal app as well. And then, of course, we'll be back after the game. Stay with us. This is the leader in sports, the Sports Animal, thesportsanimal.com, and the Sports Animal app.
Scoreboard, sponsored by Twin Peaks Restaurants. Eats, drinks, scenic views.
2:30 today in Stillwater. Number 22 Oklahoma State hosting number 9 Oklahoma. Tulsa playing host to Charlotte today at 3 o'clock. Big 12. This one's getting interesting in Austin. Number 7 Texas leads number 23 Kansas State 27-21. But the Wildcats just turned the horns over again and have thrown a touchdown pass. So Kansas State is now tied with Texas, 27 apiece, with the conversion to follow. We'll keep you updated on that. Big 12, 2:30, Houston and Baylor. Central Florida goes to Cincinnati. 6 o'clock, number 21 Kansas is at Iowa State, and BYU goes to West Virginia. Thursday night, Texas Tech beat TCU 35-28. Top 25, fourth quarter now, all these games in the fourth. Number 1 Ohio State leads Rutgers 21-16. Number 10, Ole Miss leads Texas A&M 31-21. Clemson leads number 15, Notre Dame 31-23. And number 17, Tennessee annihilating Connecticut 56-3. Kansas State has kicked the extra point, although there is a penalty flag, so we'll keep you updated there. Second quarter, number 18, Utah leads Arizona State 14-3. How about early in the first quarter, Army leading number 25 Air Force 10-0. 2:30 games, number 2 Georgia hosting number 12 Missouri. Number 4 Florida State is at Pittsburgh, and a little bit later, 6:45, number 14 LSU at number 8 Alabama. And 6:30, number 5 Washington goes to number 20 Southern Cal.
It's time for a Genesis of Winning moment, driven by Genesis of Norman on the Mile of Cars and at genesisofnorman.com.
Well, 23 years ago was the last national championship for Oklahoma, and on November 4th of 2000, the Sooners had a much-needed breather after an incredible October run that saw them annihilate Texas, beat Kansas State, and beat Nebraska. The following week, the Sooners went to Waco, Texas, and this is when Baylor was beyond bad, as they were really, really struggling, and Oklahoma continued those struggles. The Sooners scored first on a 60-yard J.T. Thatcher punt return for a score. Curtis Fagan caught 3 touchdown passes in this game, 2 from Josh Heupel, 1 from Nate Hibble. It was no contest. Sooners led 28-0 after 1, 42-0 at the half, and would go on to win 56-7. That's what happened November 4th of 2000. The following week, Oklahoma went to College Station to take on Texas A&M. More of Countdown to Kickoff with Al and Jim coming up next.
Countdown to Kickoff and Bud Light Game Time on the road. Sponsored by Eskridge Honda, Paris of
Texas game is nuts.
S. Watkins Tax, Triple Play Home Services, Twin Peaks, Chap.
Well, they made it, but there was a penalty, and then I have to go back and look at it. Okay. Here we go, guys. You guys are on.
We're back. Jim Traber, Oklahoma State. In about a half hour from now, as Oklahoma a 6-point favorite over the Cowboys, and Jim, on this Kansas State Texas game,
I don't understand what's going on
the extra point. I don't understand what happened there.
So Texas, if you're not watching, you're listening. Texas turned it over for their 4th time, and then on the very first play, Kansas State throws a touchdown pass. Then they line up to kick the extra point, and there's a penalty of offsides on Texas. Well, it looks like they took the penalty, which moved them down to the 1-yard line
and tried to go for 2.
And then they faked the field goal.
Yeah,
the extra point. I mean,
excuse me, extra point.
Why would they do that?
It's the most ridiculous thing. Why? What's the difference between being up 1 and being up 2?
None.
Wow, that is unbelievable. What a stupid play that was. Maddie, I mean, help us now. Is that the way it went down?
I just looked up and saw Kansas State being tackled, so I didn't see what they were trying to do. That's crazy, though. There's literally, the game was tied at 27. There's literally no reason to fake anything there. There's no reason to go for 2 there.
No, none. Absolutely none.
So I don't know if there was like a bad snap. I don't know. I said, I just looked up and I just looked up and saw
what
K-State
happened
getting tackled.
on the penalty. It doesn't stop the play. So what happened? They kicked the extra point,
and then
then they took it back off the board. Is that what happened? I don't.
Yes.
This game is psychotic.
Well, it looked like they stopped the play. There might have been contact. There might have been contact on the offside.
Okay.
Now we just got a text message, Trade Pro Seating Air Text Nation line, saying the second attempt was a bad snap. So I bet you what happened was The offside penalty, there was contact, which makes the play dead.
Right.
They moved the ball up, but then it was a bad snap.
The holder.
The holder wasn't even looking.
The holder wasn't looking. That's what I'm being told.
That's what
now,
it was.
too.
The
holder
was
not ready for the snap.
It wasn't
we're gonna be
necessarily
able
a
to
bad
watch it
snap.
right now, Al. Look.
Yeah.
Look at this. Look, the holder's looking at the kicker, and it just drilled him right in the head.
Oh my God.
So it wasn't necessarily a bad snap. It's that the holder wasn't even looking.
Yeah.
What
wow.
an idiot.
That's unbelievable. That could be a huge. I mean, you crazy? They could take the
Wow.
lead.
Now we're going to see what this a new quarterback
That's
does.
Right.
Yep. They've turned over 2 straight time sectors.
Now there are 12 and a half minutes left. So
Yeah.
There's an eternity left. I was looking at some of these numbers here. Texas is dominating in yards, but they only have one more first down than Kansas State. Texas has gained 393 compared to only 255 for Kansas State. Texas has turned it over 3 times, K-State twice.
What's Kansas State rushed for? I bet you it's under 40 yards.
Nothing. 38.
Oh, I hit it right on the money.
Yep.
They cannot run at all.
Meanwhile, Texas has ran it 28 times for 207.
How much does what's his name Brooks have?
Let's see. Brooks, he's not even their leading rusher. He has 16 carries for 88 yards. C.J. Baxter has 7 carries for 91 yards.
Oh, he had that big long run, right? Yeah. Okay.
Well, he's a freshman too. Yeah, he had a 54-yarder.
Yeah.
Matt, what's the stats in the Ohio State-Rutgers game? Be really interested to see what.
By the way, Ohio State's up 21-16 on Rutgers.
Yeah.
Rutgers' offense has just been doing some nice things, but they had a terrible turnover, 90 yards.
But Ohio State has the ball second and goal, though.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Oh, you're right. Here it is. Look at this play. We just missed it. Yeah, Look at that
Wow.
run. Wow. Okay.
Okay, McCord for Ohio State, 16 of 22 for $177, touchdown and a pick. Not a whole lot there. Marvin Harrison only has 2 catches for 19 yards in this game.
That's ridiculous.
He's ready to go to the NFL, fellas. He's ready to go.
Oh, yeah. He's
going to be a star.
Oh, he would know, definitely. Absolutely. So this running back for Rutgers, I'll butcher his name, Kyle Monangangi, Monangi maybe.
Okay.
Anyway, he's had a fantastic day, 21 for 140.
Harrison just scored a touchdown, so they're going to go
Well,
up
that improves things a little bit.
28-16. And now Texas is starting their drive against Kansas State.
First and 10 at their own 27.
I don't know how to feel about this game, Al, because Texas has looked really, really good, except giving them the ball.
No doubt. Absolutely.
You know what, though? Kansas State has turned it over twice, too.
Yeah, you're right. They have.
But where they turned it over, though. Is
I'm not sure where K-State turned it over, but I know where Texas has turned it over.
Is OU, Oklahoma State, after this game on TV?
Well, the OU-OSU game is on ABC.
Okay, good. So behind who, Matt? Who are they following?
I don't think there is a game. Is there a game in ABC? Right
Yeah, they're behind the Clemson Notre Dame game.
Okay.
That has 7.5. Excuse me, 7.5 left in the fourth quarter.
Well, we should be able to make that.
Yeah, that'll be fine. So
should be able to make that. Yeah.
But Jim, I know this game today, OU-OSU, it's a hard game to figure out. Usually, when one team's better at quarterback, you go with that team. But Ollie Gordon is so good; it just it changes things.
And Bowman's not a bum.
No, you're right.
He's just not as good as Gabriel is. But we saw. Look, for people that don't remember, when Bowman had that year at Texas before he got hurt, well, he lit OU up. You remember?
Yeah, in the
first
first
half.
Yep.
And then he obliterated his spleen. I think is what it was.
That was in 2018. That was Kyler Murray's year, if I remember right, guys.
Yes, it was.
Yes, it was. And I think at the half, I mean,
I think he had a couple early interceptions, Kyler Murray, in that game.
You're right. 2 in a row.
Turned it over.
That's exactly right, Al. And then Texas Tech, they just scored. What they had 20? I think they had 28 points in the first half.
Yeah,
I'm almost positive.
I think yeah.
Remember, that was the game, and I forget who it was now. Somebody for OU. Remember, they returned like a 2-point conversion and got 2 points for OU or something.
I think you're right. I think you might be right on that.
That was a big play in that. I don't remember who made it, but that was a big play in that game.
I think you were right.
What was the final score? Just look real quick, Matty. What was the final score of that game? I think OU pulled.
I think it was like 51-49. I think.
Was it that one? Was that it? Wow. Okay.
Okay, let's see. In 2018, Oklahoma beat Texas Tech 51-46.
Okay. All right.
Wow.
And then in 16, it was even more. 16 was the crazy game. Well, I mean, heck, there were a lot of crazy games back then. 66-59. It was a basketball game. It's ridiculous.
66-59. Oh my gosh. And the game was about 4.5 hours long.
Oh, it was unbelievable.
You remember that?
Yeah, it was.
It was terrible.
Yeah.
Just kept waiting and waiting and waiting.
I mean, this sounds silly, but it almost wasn't even any fun to watch. I mean, seriously. I mean, because there was no resistance in that game.
No,
you know what I'm saying?
The defenses were so bad. Great quarterbacks, don't get me wrong.
Well, it's Mahomes against Mayfield. I mean, it was incredible offenses, but the defense
wasn't there a
was so
play
bad.
where is that the game where Joe Mixon got hit out of the backfield and ran down the sidelines for like 50?
Yeah, no, he definitely had a couple of big plays in that game. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Texas, I know Maddie's going to keep everybody updated.
Did Texas just punt the ball?
No, it's 2nd and 10. They got second and 10.
Second and 10, they're in K-State territory.
They had a guy, he had a guy wide open and threw it at his feet right there.
So they just ran for well, there's a flag, though. I think my TV's ahead of y'all on that game.
Yeah, you're right.
No doubt it is.
Yeah. What happened? Flag? Holding?
Yeah, it looks like this. Well, we'll see. We'll see if it's coming back or not. Texas had about a 9-yard run to make it a 3rd and short, but there's a flag down.
Oh, look at that. Late. He threw it late, too. I just saw him throw it.
I don't know what it's going to be here, but.
Well, Al, we've you and I've done a bunch of Bedlam games. This is going to be, looks like it's probably going to be our last one.
Absolutely. And
I mean, you may be on the radio 30 years from now, but I'm just saying.
I think, and you were going to say, so it goes away. Something new's going to come, right?
I'm okay with it.
Yeah, I'm okay with it.
I know there are a lot of people that are upset about it, but I'm okay with it. Yeah, holding against Texas.
What a bad penalty that is.
Man.
Oh, my goodness.
Texas could be in trouble.
Yeah, you lose this, they're finished. They are finished for the national championship.
Oh, national championship.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Playoffs, they're done.
Can they get to Arlington still, though?
With 2 losses, it's going to be tough.
The interesting thing is that 3 of the 6 teams are going to get a second loss or a third loss for Kansas. But, that's what's getting ready to happen today. These teams are going to start losing.
Well, if you lose this game, that would be absolutely. We
Especially
talked about
to
it was
win
a
it.
strange line. Vegas knows,
You're right.
But you
You're
can't.
exactly right.
I mean, just.
Texas may be in 4-down territory here, Matt. You're ahead of us. What are they doing? What are they doing on 3rd down?
Well, they got a 3rd and 6. Yeah, hadn't snapped the ball
they
yet.
haven't done it yet. Okay.
There was a good pass
Yeah.
to set them up in 3rd and manageable.
We watched that play. I think we're just 1 behind you.
I think so. Yeah.
Well, I'll tell you what, Al. You said this about 2 or 3 weeks ago. If OU, after beating Texas and playing the way they've been playing, if they don't go to Arlington, it's a major disappointment.
3 of the last 5 years, they've started 7-0.
Crazy.
So yeah, it would be massive disappointment. So and for OU, everything's gravy now for them.
Oh
right?
my gosh, they have made themselves into a really, really good season.
Yeah,
they really have. And if they win this, then golly, if they go to Arlington, wow.
I don't remember watching them early. I don't know. They were bad in every facet of the game.
Well, against South Alabama is one of the worst teams I've ever seen.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Offensive line was terrible. They couldn't run. They couldn't pass.
And then Iowa State, what Iowa State score against them? 40, wasn't it? Didn't they drop 40 on OSU up there?
It was like 38-27, I think.
38, yeah, I think you're right. I think that's probably it. So close to 40.
34-27.
Okay, 34-27, not as bad as I thought. But I tell you, they have turned it around. By the way, Texas goes for it on 4th down and makes it. I was expecting him to fumble the ball there when he was running. All right, well, listen, Al, give me your final thoughts.
Oh, I think it's going to be a great game. I'll really be surprised if this thing isn't, going down to the final few minutes of the game. I go back and forth who to pick. But you know what I do in this series? I pick the favorite. I'm picking Oklahoma because they're the favorite. I'm going to go 35-31 in a nail-biter.
You and I are both in the same category. I think OSU covers. I think OU wins. And I think as we're watching this Texas game, turnovers. That's
everything. Yeah.
It really is amazing. All right, Maddie, tell us what the rest of the day looks like.
So we're going to hear from both Mike Gundy and Brent Venables coming up next, and we'll reset some of the scores, keep people updated as Texas just has a ball batted away for it's going to be 3rd and 5. Horns are in field goal range, 6:14 left to go. We'll keep people updated on all the games around the country, and ESPN Radio will keep you updated on all the college football, and then Immediately following the game, it'll be a full house in there with Al, Jim, Gideon, and Robert breaking down this game, taking phone calls, and an extended college locker room show after the game with interviews from both OSU and OU. So, hey, might as well enjoy it while we got it, right? Last Bedlam for the foreseeable future.
Absolutely. All right, continue to stay here, ladies and gentlemen. We are the only station in the entire state that does both OU and OSU pre- and post-game every single weekend. That's because we are the sports animal. Also, remember, during the game, Mark Rogers and a bunch of OU ex-players are going to be doing a little Manning cast. Looks like Texas may have to kick a field goal here to go up by 3. Golly, crazy, crazy game.
Oh, had a man open in the end zone,
yes,
too.
He did. Yes, he did. Anyway, we'll be back right after the game, ladies and gentlemen. Countdown to kickoff, Bud Light Game Time on the road from Eskimo Joe's in Stillwater inside the Trade Pros Heat and Air Mobile Studios, all driven by Eskridge Lexus. Stay with us. This is the Sports Animal, thesportsanimal.com, and the Sports Animal app.